need a higher chair. Bloody hell. Feels like I'm sitting down too low. Just quickly plug this in and test it. Oh, I heard the power surge in. It struggles, it still struggles. It's not great. It tries once to spin. Bit on the slow side, isn't it? Got to put that clip back on. Ain't making that bloody horrible grinding noise. That's one good aspect. Right, where did I put the bits for this? Because they've got to go back in. Oh yeah, the strip's got to go back, I know. Or was it on that one? I think it was on a dance set. Might have been on a dance set, I think it was. Yeah, dance set. Gotta find they're in here. They in here? No, that's not on. That's for the dance set one. Got to put this back. Garfor, how you doing, buddy? Today, I'm back on this today. I've just had a look back on it. Just tried it. Now I left this for 24 hours just to give it a go. Yeah, he still struggles. I mean, it is working. Technically, it is working. But it did struggle about a few minutes ago. But I need to put all this back together because I didn't have time yesterday. I was just too tired. I was playing it. I think I didn't go to bed till about 11 because I got caught up on Arc Raiders. So I had to write that. There's a lot of grease that I touched on this yesterday because everything was just so greased up. Yeah, I'm alright. I see. So yeah, this is what I'm saying. All that grease is now coming off because everything I was touching, I think I put grease everywhere. So I just put a wash on. Just need to get this. I need to get this sold. So I'm going to sell it for spares or repair. I don't think it's fair to say that obviously I looked at the price of these, and because this is the money's going to charity, they're sort of retailing roughly around about £100 onwards. What I see some on there, and most of these do need a service, like all the ones I've seen. There's a lot on there not working. They said they've not been tested, but the ones that seem to be partly working, like this, they fetch between about 100, just over 100, plus fees and everything else. So I think it's only fair to say that I'll do a video of it, but I'll need to clean all the grease off and find the cap where I normally took all this off, because I took all that off, but I just wanted to see if that motor was spinning. I can hear a hum. And it is spinning. You can actually see it's spinning lovely. So I know it's not got any issues there on that, but it's not the greatest, because like I said, I'm thinking again it probably could do with a capacitor change, to change all them capacitors in it, but I don't really want to spend out on it because the money's just going to go to charity anyway. Comparing, you know, this never worked completely, it just struggled. So to me, I think that's more than enough to say that's a win. Just need to get all this grease off there, because the obviously this grease has got literally everywhere. Where I put all my greasy fingers over it yesterday, obviously touching everything weren't the greatest. Cleaning the inside, trying to get that, because that apparently that grips the side, so it helps to spin. I mean, really, to be honest, probably what's not helping, this thing's made out of like really heavy iron at the end of the day. So really, for that inner wheel to sit on that, to spin that round, you'd think they'd make that out of Bakelite or something like that, not metal, because obviously that's got to put a huge strain on that motor when that's spinning. So it probably would make sense to make this out of a lighter material, and this weighs a good few pounds. I can feel it. It's because on the top is metal, this is metal, and this is quite thick and all, but it's just quite weighty, and I think that's, you know, I mean, they're sitting on tension springs anyway, you can actually see it all spinning around. So I don't quite understand, to get the correct tension, instead of this thing working overtime, putting strain on the motor and on the tension wheel there, you know, this direct wheel, it probably would have made sense just to actually say, we'll make it out of a light material, it wouldn't be so bad. So, but no, they don't work like that, unfortunately. So I ain't put the other motor bit back on the other motor, so I don't know where I'll put the bloody middle bit for this. So I need cleaner. I've used so much of this stuff up, I've only got a little bit left. Yeah, it's unbelievable. What you been up to? Anything? It's actually been so cold over here. I woke up this morning. I was out by 6 o'clock at the end of it, and yeah, I had to scrape ice off my car. Literally unbelievable the amount of ice I had to scrape off. It was just, God, this is terrible. This is absolutely caped with nastiness. So I thought, well, it makes sense, give it a lovely clean. I think it deserves it. that's complete grime that I'm coming off there. You probably can't see it, but there is. It's actually, because it's dark cloth, it's actually it's really caked. Let's just try that again. Let's see if that will switch on. Yeah, I mean, it's not the fastest. Definitely, it's definitely not. You can see it. So I'll try it again. He still struggles. Look, can you see it? He's still got that issue. It wants to get going, but once it sort of gets, it's like I said, it's not the greatest. But we have got a saying. But it's not, I wouldn't say that was the... I would definitely say that needs a capacitor change. Probably change all the caps. There's about 6-7 caps in there. Probably wouldn't help. Just swap them over. Alright, let's stop that. And again, auto don't always... You have to sort of help it a little bit. But that motor still struggles to spin round. Look, see? It's just stopped and then it sort of gets going again. Uh-oh. Good. Nastiness. Right. Yeah, I've just tried it again. It's still got a bit of an issue. It seems to. It's not the greatest. Like I said, I still think it struggles to try and spin round. Obviously. I mean, every time I've seemed to put a record on, it seems to hold it down. You know, but like you said, it don't seem to spin up fast enough. Don't think it does. Again. And the auto feature seems to come on when it wants. God. Let's have a look, see if I can get rid of that. Yeah, it's really slow. It's sort of like, you know. But compared to yesterday, I would say that, you know, we had nothing. That plug probably helps. It seems. Where's the other record? The 45 seems a little bit better. because it's spinning round quicker. But which seems fine. It's just on the 33. And that dial's all wonky and all, it probably ain't helping. It seems a little bit better on the 45 than the 33s, but obviously that's got to be something due to the platter spinning quicker. So, but them dials, yeah, they definitely need a clean. I'm just trying to get rid of all the grease that I put on it yesterday. Obviously didn't help. Oh, I won't be able to get them out, will I? Because I forgot, you've got to take the bloody sides out. Actually, let me take them out. Yeah, maybe, yeah. I'm definitely thinking it's, you know, the capacitor change would probably help that, to give that more power. I mean, cats do that anyway. If they lose their capacitance over time, which they do, you're going to drop the voltage. Obviously, you know, like all circuitries, they've got to have the correct voltage. If the power drops on it, I know by my, what was it? What did I have? My Technics, I think it was a Technics graphic equalizer. Exactly the same thing. The screen was very dim. Again, there was nothing blown. It did work, but it was just really, really dim. And when I plugged it in, I went, "Oh, something's not right with that." But we had sound, but you've got a job to see it. And I thought straight away, I thought capacitors. I thought the only thing could do that could be capacitors. I didn't muck about knowing which one was what. I just replaced a lot. There was about 20 capacitors I had to change on that. I just changed it, and if anything, it actually helped with the sound as well as the you know, the display. It brought it all back to life. Now, obviously, can I use these on any? No, I can't. So what I should do is take a picture, because I won't know, because this one's got like a plus and that one's got a plus, this one ain't. So let me just quickly, because them dials are absolutely rancid. Cool. You've got to take these out. Obviously, I can't get these out before because of the thing on it. Oh look, there's bloody screws underneath that. So if you want to get to it, you've got to get to that board, you've got to take these off to get to the screws underneath. Wow, I didn't even notice. Oh. I think I seem to touch, just, is it, you know, is it greased? It's absolutely, it's either covered in dust or grease, probably, or a bit of both. Again, restoring it back. I mean, look, that's rancid. I mean, that literally is nasty. Nasty. That's years worth of grime, probably just left unattended. I mean, like you said, there's capacitors on here. Is there capacitors on here? I can't see any capacitors. Yes, you have got some capacitors on here. So we've got one big cap, They cut the small caps. The trouble is, them other ones are what they call axle caps, which they lay on the side. They don't stand up. They lay on the side. I have got some axle caps, but I don't know if I've got the correct value. Yeah. Trouble is, I mean, I would like to give it a capacitor change if I had them. I mean, you know, it wouldn't hurt to change them, the value of these. You know, not change the value, but, you know, swap them over. And how many have we got? We got 1, 2, 3. There's only about 4 capacitors on here. But again, it's getting the correct value. Let me just whip that off. I can't see what the other cap is. Oh, great. Crying out loud. That one ain't got nothing in it. Let me just take this out for a minute. Oh, I better unplug it actually. And that nearly fell on my head. Yeah, that went well. Disaster on live stream. Oh, well, that didn't take much off, did it? See, I thought, oh, I'll take that off. I thought, oh, that won't hurt. You know, yeah, just a bit of block of wood, and it looks like it's been stained. You know, but the main thing is that's cleaned up. I still can't get to that capacitor. I'd like to see what that capacitor was. It's sort of soldered to... Ah, yeah, there you go. 18, it is 40 is that 40? No, 400 microfarad. Oh, 40 microfarad, sorry. 40 microfarad, 18 VDC. So that's direct voltage or direct current voltage. So again, I don't know if I could get that cap. That's probably the original cap to be replaced on it. The others I can probably get away with. 50 microfarad on that one, and that one is 25 volt on an axle. Same with that. So you need 2 of them. So it's only 3 capacitors. I mean, if I had the capacitors, I would have just changed them out. Just swapped them over. Changed this capacitor and swapped these little ones and these 50 volt. I don't know if I've actually got any 25 at 50 microfarad. I think I might. Let me have a look. Where's my capacitors? I mean, even the cheap Chinese ones. These are probably all going to be bloody dried out anyway. Because testing the correct value, I don't think they're going to actually be on there. Yeah, working DC voltage, it says, oh right, so it's a working direct current voltage. So basically, it's just, that's all it just says, it's DC. Same thing. So I just want to test the resistance, the value of these nanofarad. Just want to zero it. Are these pressed in? I hate these bloody multimeters. They never work. They do. No. Right. Zero it on volts. Yeah, you can use a regular. You can use a regular cap, but if you bend the wire over and do it before it does, and not look back. But yeah, it will work. It. Yeah, you're right. You can because they're. I think they're actually called an axial capacitor, where they're straight. They're designed for boards like the Spectrum, the Ataris, things like that. It's just that the other ones just stand up. They're just normal size caps. But I just wanted to see if I can get voltage, not voltage, test the value for the capacitor itself. It's in mega ohms, nanofarad. I don't remember, you're reading in circuit, and that's saying 1.2, 1.12, 1.12. I'll swap it round just to make sure. I think these capacitors 1.8. And what's this supposed to read? 40. you want my honest opinion? These caps are completely near enough dried out. There's hardly any capacitance left in these, and I reckon that's not helping boosting that. Again, I've got a hum, plus the motor's struggling because there's very little voltage now left in that. So when the voltage gets delivered, goes through all of these resistors. Obviously, you've got a couple of diodes there. There ain't no diodes in this one. No, they're just resistors. A couple of ceramic capacitors. But I would say these definitely these have dried up. I reckon that they've just got hardly anything on them. I can't seem to get. That one's got 2.45, and that's supposed to read 50. I know I'm reading in circuit, but I guarantee that's really low. Yeah, I would unsolder one side. Do you know what? I mean, if I could try and help this to get it back, I have got capacitors, so it's not as if I don't think I can replace that red one because I won't have it. But I've definitely got some of them others, and it wouldn't hurt to actually take this out and just I'll start on one project and then go on to another. And then I thought, oh, that's all right, I'll go back with it. Right, that's off. Right, I don't want to lose the screws. I don't want to break anything either. Yeah. Now, obviously, I've got that. I could take that red capacitor. I could take that red one off. Where's my soldering iron? It's a shame, really. I couldn't take this out because this would enough make it easier. This bloody thing is so big and heavy and bulky. Oh, Jesus! What was that? Fucking hell! That didn't sound great. Yeah. So yeah, I'll let's plug the soldering iron in. I mean, I can't get nothing. This has took all the room up. I mean, this thing's, it's like you said, it's got to be nearly 2 foot wide. Right. I reckon I'll have the other little capacitors. I won't add that big red one. I just won't have it, which will be a shame. But I'm going to unsolder the red. Before I do that, again, taking pictures of things probably would help. I think that's a sensible move. Unsolder one side of the leg, because when you're reading it in circuit, you could be reading part of the resistance in that as well, which is not going to help. Yeah, I thought the hinges. Do you know what? For a fucking split second, I probably have not helped it. I've probably loosened it a bit, and I thought, oh Jesus, they got like a double hinge bit, but I heard it crack. I went, oh fuck, that shouldn't do that. At the end of it, let's take this off. I'm gonna have to stand up. If I sit down, I feel like Ronnie Baker, like on a big chair. You know, because he was small, wasn't he, Ronnie Baker? I can't see what I'm bloody doing. I'm gonna take this cap off. Now this looks like this slides over. Tell you what, that soldering iron, what a blinding little soldering iron that is. It just literally within 10, not even 5 seconds, it's straight up to about 400 Celsius. It literally is one of the quickest soldering irons I ever worked with. So I've got it in nanofarad, right? Now that's out of circuit. It's not connected inside the circuit and reading through another capacitor. So now that registered at 1.8, 1.12, right? So now it's out of circuit, right? Because like you said, you've only got to disable one side of the leg. It's all you need to do is just, and then that way you'll know you'll get a true reading. Now this is supposed to read 40, right? 40 microfarad. So this should be 40. and we're still reading we're actually registering 12.92. That's not right. That obviously that is way down compared to what that was supposed to be reading. I mean, out of 40, that's lost it. And now it's coming up in microfarad. It's now overload. Obviously, it's out of circuit now because it can't read it at all. And that's unbelievable. It did come up there for a split second, 40. But look, it's reading 1.17, and if I leave it on, it's not even going up. I'll swap it round. I reckon these capacitors are well and truly dried up. Like they have got hardly any capacitance in it at all. Go for. How you doing, bud? Yes, MK. How you doing? Thanks, MK. How you doing, bud? How's your cold? You getting over it? Yeah. Car 4, I'll tell you what, this is not looking good for this capacitor. It's literally... let me put that on there for a minute. That capacitor... Oh, we are. Actually, come to think about it, now it's saying it's registering at 44. Now, when I tried that a minute ago, it was only registering... Well, yeah, it's cut out. You know, it's like you said, with these capacitors, this was supposed to be 40. It seems to be reading at 109. And you can clearly see it can't seem to read from it. That's not great. I mean, I've tried reversing both of that, and now we can't even get we just get an open line. I reckon these caps are well and truly just, you know, they're dried up. I reckon that's what's causing most of its problems, just by swapping these caps over. I mean, I'm sure if I swapped over, I mean, taking the caps out, I mean, I know these are actual caps anyway, on that front, but let me just quickly go back to the other side and see if I can get a reading from that. And I can't seem to get a reading from it. It's just, if I take it off, it just goes back, but then as soon as I put it on here, it just goes straight back to 112. And it's on the auto range anyway. So, K ohm resistance. Let's see if we get anything from a mega ohm that comes anything from this. We can't even get, you just get an open line. I reckon these capacitors are well and truly just died, you know. They're just too far gone. And I think this is why these record players, most of these just fail. Nanofarad. Oh, it's gone up a bit. It went. Oh, we are. It's gone back down. It's gone back down to 4. Oh, we are 13. Well, for a minute it did spike to 39, but it's now gone back to 110. It's gone 201. I don't know what the hell is going on. 34. Then now it's gone back to 1. 256 nanofarad. No, that's not right, is it? 17. It's reading multiple. I mean, this is out of circuit. It's not even in circuit. It's gone up to 17 microfarads, nanofarads. It seems to be all over the place. Do you know what? That is not supposed to do that. I mean, regardless, all you're reading is the value of what this is. Regardless, says 18 VDC. It's supposed to register at 40. So if you can get 38, 39, that's this 10 to 20% tolerance level, that would be fine. But this is not even connected. So one side, even if I took that right out, I mean, obviously it's not reading in circuit now because I've took it away from the other capacitor. But it's spiking all over the place, and that should not be reading that crazy sort of like thing. Because again, I sort of like, if I take it, let's see if I can connect it. It's registering at 1.89. So if I leave it, then it comes up open line that's coming up. Now I'll leave it, I'll keep it on, and I reckon it's exactly the same with all them other capacitors. No, I just get an open line. I just get an open line. I cannot get a reading from this capacitor. It's just spiking all over the place. If I take it off, it comes up, right? If I put it back on, one minute it's now saying 7 nanofarad. It's supposed to be registering at 40. I mean, a minute ago it did register briefly for 40. But again, take it off, then it goes up, right? It goes up, then it's sort of, look, it's not even connected, it's saying 1.2, right? If I take these off, literally, and again, 0, it makes no difference. But, again, touching the connections, it just comes up between 1.2, well, it's gone up to 1.8. It's just not registering. Seems to be registering at 40 microfarad. It's seeing a microfarad, but it's just coming up open line. So I reckon that these caps are well and truly, they're not the greatest of caps, definitely. Yeah, they don't seem to be reliable. Oh, you know, and I've not even touched the other two. There's another 3 caps in there, but that one straight away. So can I, that cap there, right, on this one, if I pull it down, you guys might be able to see, right? So let's see if I can spin it round the right way, so you guys can see it. So it's basically a 40 microfarad, so it's got UF, and you can just about make the UF on there, but it's not the greatest. But it's got 18 VDC, VWD, which is like 102, and it's got /S, but what's the D8? And it's got a plus, so this is obviously the plus side, because again they're polarized, aren't they? So they probably would have the polarized side on that. So obviously that's the earth, this is going to be the live side. That's the temperature. I assume that would be the temperature up to 102 degrees. But the 18, so really all you need is an 18 DC cap, basically. So if I find an 18 DC cap at 40 microfarad, I might be able to swap it over. Yeah, you should get a transistor tester. I have got one. You say that. I have got a transistor tester. It's not the greatest, which is this thing here. So transistor tester. Now I'll have to take it out completely, but I hate these bloody things because they don't always, you know, you have to make sure they've been put right in. So what I'll do, I'll take it right out, because I think the cap can actually be okay, but you might have to take them all out and then sort of do it, because I think sometimes these multimeters, I don't care what fancy one you get, and this is quite a good one. The Lint T's are pretty good. They sort of read to, but these don't always give you an accurate reading without a proper transistor tester. So I think what I'll do, for the sake of science, I'm going to take that out, right? Just unsolder that, sling it in a tester. I know what way this goes off, so I just want to see that spiking all over the place, and I'm getting really mixed readings from it. But that will tell me truly if this is working or not. Because, like you said, you don't want to replace it if it's physically working. Right, cool. Look at the tip on these, right, is so tiny and so fine. It's like it's smaller than a needle. It's literally, it's that fine. I've never seen a tip that small. It's really great. And I'll tell you, that one there, right, on this is the one that I've got from the AliExpress. They're 70 quid, right, but it comes with literally 4 soldering irons and a load of tips. And Retro 6, he's one, he had a very expensive one, and he bought this one, Pacific, and he done a YouTube video actually saying how good it was, and I totally agree. It's really good. To buy the same one from Amazon, they wanted £112, and that was only £70 from the AliExpress side. So I thought, oh, I don't mind waiting. It took about 3 weeks before I received that. So, right, now I've got a transistor tester. Yeah, I've heard that the J-Fix says it's a really small one. yeah, chances are, buddy, you're probably right. He had a bit of a disaster, didn't he, on his stream? That, like all streams, when you're doing something live, it never goes to the way you intend it to go, because you're thinking, oh, well, I've done everything else right, and then the next minute, bloody internet packs up, or he's having issues, or it's doing an update, you know, and then it screws all your internet connection up, because when it's typical of Microsoft, tries to, try to do something on that front. Now, I know that I'm not going to be able to put these connectors in this, so what I'm going to have to try and do, if I lay this down for a minute, get rid of this. Right, let's move this out of the way. Now, the state of it. It's like I said, I cleaned all my bench up, right? And then what did I do? Junk it back up. Because I want to, I'm curious to find if this cap is actually gone faulty, because the chances are, if this cap is gone bad, I'll see if I've got caps to, because there's only 4 caps in there. That's all it is. There ain't no more capacitors. So it'd be great to find out. I'm sure I've got caps to actually. I have got some axles, because these are axle ones. I don't know if I've got any axle caps. I think I might have a few, but I don't know if they're the correct value. But it's like you said, it doesn't matter, because you might be able to just bend the legs and just replace it. You're not going to see it. It's going to be covered up anyway. So for the sake of it, I probably won't bother. Let me have a look. Now, I'm going to have to improvise here. Right, I'll take, if I take, what's that? Is that a bit of wire? Is that, yeah, that'll do. As long as it's metal conducted, I can sort of like swap it over. So what I'll do, I'll strip 2 legs back, right? Obviously, I don't want to cut bits of wire on that front. And then what I can do is tie the bits of wire directly into this, which then will give me the reading. So let's put my goggles on, because otherwise I won't be able to see anything. Okay, I'll do it back to front and get a, yeah, nice case. It's for a customer for a private phone. All right. Yeah, it isn't. What's that? Isn't the Amazon thing? Is the same thing with all, or is it just it's sent faster? Well, I mean, obviously, I've got both, right? So if I go into me, look, it's just easier. If I fold my phone out, right, and go over, right, I can stacks of it. I've got AliExpress on here, right? So obviously, if I leave the commotion, if I go into account, go to hold up, history. No. Followed to review. Let's have a look. Here we are. I paid £57.69 for this, right? But they're doing it at the moment. The exact same one. They're actually doing it as £44. It's the exact same thing. And what you do, you get 3 soldering irons. You don't just get one. You get the one solder station. And basically you get a load of bits, and if I can see, oh, here's the box. Let me show you the box, and I'll show you what you get, right? So this is the box that it comes in, right? And I'll tell you what, I don't normally rate stuff, right? I'm not one for doing reviews. So I get a lot of people saying, we'll give you a free item if you do us a review on it. I don't get time. I'm working for the hospice, so, and plus I'm doing other bits. I just ain't got time to do reviews. So this is the box it comes in, and this is what it comes with, right? It comes with all of this. This is, I'm not making it up. This is what it exactly comes with. So for £44.06, right, you have to pay postage. It's probably going to be about £7 in the UK. So you get 3 soldering irons, free. So I've already got one connected up, right, which is that one on there. And then they give you another 2 soldering irons. So you've got one for a medium size, one for like if you just want to do a quick, you know, like some soldering irons are obviously too big, right? Well, they give you nano ones, and this is why Retro 6 done a review on this, and he rated it, and he said, and he's a professional. Now, if you go to his channel, you see he's not mucking about. He's a right professional when he does his stuff, and it was only him that recommended. He said, if you want to get a new soldering iron, update it, get one of these. He had these, and he's still using it after 3 years, and it's still working. It comes with all these different tips, right? So for £44.06 plus the shipping, right? I'm telling you, I won't just say it, but I will totally recommend it. You're getting different soldering tips. So you get thin ones. You've got that one I'm using, right? You've got a big, nice, big flat one in there, right? You've got, again, another curved one. I mean, this is what it come in your pack. I kid you not. You've got a nice big, you've got a medium-sized flat one there. Another thin tip, but straight. And then you've got a longer one that's straight. And again, that one's slightly curved. A smaller one there for even more smaller than the tip I've got, which is ridiculous because that's small as it is. And a medium-sized piece, right? And it didn't stop there. It actually did come with it. They did throw in. Where did they put it? Oh, we are. See now. It's not in that one. It actually come in this. They throw in. I wouldn't use it anyway. He binned these. He done a live stream on this when I was watching it, and it comes with a couple of solder tubes, right? At the end of the day, and he threw these in a bin. At the end, he said, and I wouldn't use it at the end of the day. But yeah, absolutely, what a great little machine. I mean, for what you've got, you get like a little coffee cup, right? You won't pick it up, but you can actually see it's like a little coffee cup, and that's sitting in standby. Now, when this goes to 400 Celsius, right, it goes all the way up. I didn't even top. It goes all the way up to 480, right, on this. Watch how quick this goes from 0 to 400, and I'm not mucking about. It's near enough instant, right? That's it, 400 Celsius. That's how quick it went. It's literally a few seconds. That is now ready for 400 Celsius on it. I can go up even more. It can go up to 450. That's the maximum century it can go up. Now, if I leave it here, it's back up to 450. That's how quick it is. But to me, I don't want 450. I'll take it down to about 400. And then what you do, it goes down slowly, so it doesn't burn the tip and it doesn't burn the carbon rod and do damage. But it instantly goes straight up. And that's on a sale at the moment with AliExpress. But if you have a look on literally Amazon, it's nearly 100 quid. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, I would definitely say, you know, for the sake of about 45 quid, for £44 and the odd, you know, how much is it for? It was originally retail priced at £152. At the moment, it's 71% off. You save £108 at the end of it. I paid, obviously, it's free shipping. You don't even pay for shipping. It's absolutely free. It says on there, free shipping, you don't pay at the end of it. But, I mean, how cool is that? So, again, having a look at the price is £44, but they're literally for the price of it, and that's what you get. It's the exact same one as I've got. It is I can actually put it in the Discord if you're interested at the end of the day, but yeah, that's actually on there. For the sake of it, it come quite quick on that front, but I paid 56, but even that was still cheap regardless. So if I'd have waited, I paid £57. Yeah. Which it goes. So it goes to show that I paid £57.69 with free shipping. So I was pretty gutted. You know, exactly the same one now. It's actually £44, and I'll tell you, I'm very tempted to buy another one just in case this one does decide to go bang, because since I've had this, I haven't gone back to my other soldering station, because if anything, I put my soldering station away, because this just eats up, and that tip is so light, it's just really nice and precise. So I would say, yeah, definitely 100%. Yeah, put it in a Discord. I will do, bud. I will do that for you. At the moment, I think while it's on sale, I think I'm going to grab another. I'm going to grab another one, because again, you got 3 soldering irons. You don't just get one. You get 3, and you get different sizes. That little one's perfect if you want to do like little micro soldering, because look at, you can use that as a pen. So you can get right in an awkward spot. The big one's okay if you want to keep your distance from the board, but this is, I'll tell you what this is great for, is it's ideal for when I'm doing them Atari boards, when I need to get right in, but it's as close as I can with not damaging, because the longer the rod, obviously you might bridge another component. So yeah, I like the idea of that. I just really do. It comes with all the instructions, but I'll put it on there. So yeah, I'll do that. I'll put that in a disc as soon as I finish this stream at the end of the day. Actually, if you stay online, I've actually got Discord in. Let me do that for you right now, because I know what'll happen when I forget to do it. I'll do it for you right now. I won't muck about. It'll only take literally a few minutes just to put on. So let me quickly go. I'll go to display capture, and then I'll just pull it straight in. So what is it? AliExpress. AliExpress. Where's my keyboard? I think that's a fantastic, really. Hold up, need my glasses because I can't bloody see what I'm doing. I can't even. This thing is AliExpress. So. And then I can go back into my account, and then I can copy the link and then post that link directly into Discord, and that will take you straight to it. So that is the. Let's get rid of this. It is the YIHUA -982-3. There you go. Now on there, it's basically saying that because again, there's all different types. So you look at the price of some of these that's actually coming up. So exactly the same thing, right? At the end of it. So I'm going to put it in the UK. Oh no, it's got all. This looks like it. It's actually coming up on there, £51, 53% off. So this is the one here. So basically, depending, let us know, right, what one you are. Are you in the UK? You've got Australia, EU, UK, or US. Let me know what one you want, and I'll click on that and copy the link and paste it, and it'll take you directly to it. Actually, you can select it yourself, because if I just click up here and highlight all of that, I'll copy it. This is the one here, and then you can pick what one you want. But remember, click on the end one, because this gives you the free tips, right? So you want this one here, right, for that. And then pick what voltage it is. So I picked the 230 UK, but don't click on that one, because you'll only get one soldering iron. What you'll see, that gives you these extra bits. That gives you that, but if you click on the back, if you click on the far end one, it gives you 3 tips with all what you see in the picture, plus the 2 solder wicks. So let me pop that into Discord, and I'm going to do that right now. Discord. Right, I'm going to post it right here. Right, there you go. It's all done. So just click on that link. Fucking Jesus, how big is that link? I mean, are they serious? It should take you straight to it, which I just clicked on, and it takes you straight to it, right? don't try and read that out, because you're probably gonna like, you're thinking, bloody Nora, what's going on there? Which is that's quite funny. So I've done it for you, and it's all done, right? So tracking stuff. So yeah, let's get back to the let's go back to the camera. So that's all done. So yeah, it's basically saying that it was cheaper on my phone, but on there it's still saying £51. Fucking mad. I mean, yeah, don't try and read that. I mean, that is a massive link, but I've done it for you anyway, so you should be alright. You should be able to click on it. It'll take you straight to the page. I'm going to order another one while they're £44. I don't know why it's cheap on my phone and not on the website. Perhaps I've got offers. Yeah, that's pretty good now. It's 108 Canadian dollars. And I'll tell you, I'm not saying it, it's a fantastic little soldering iron. It's one of the best soldering irons I ever come across. This is why I like watching Retro 6, because he comes out with new stuff, and he normally turns around and says, he'd rather rate it, he'll tell you the truth, he'll rather say it's crap or it's really good. And he'd actually turned around and said it's one of the best soldering irons he ever used. And since I had it, since I've used mine, it is fantastic. It's instant. Remember, it don't go up to 480, it's only 450. But anything above 400, you've got to be careful, because you can start delaminating the board. So you really, between 4 and 450 is your maximum you should be going. You shouldn't be going any hotter than that anyway on there. So it probably would make sense not to go too mad with soldering irons, because you can sort of get carried away. But that is brilliant. It's really, really good. £63 here in Sweden. And that's really good. Yeah, I won't just say it otherwise. Like I said, I'm not one for I'm not one for promoting, and I wouldn't just say it otherwise. And say, a lot of people say, yeah, you want to get this, it's really good. I'm really impressed with that. It's one of the best little devices, and how quickly that heats up to 400 Celsius within seconds. It's really quick at the end of it. So yeah, and it comes with all them tips as well. So yeah, I would say if you want to upgrade, I mean, I was waiting to upgrade because of my soldering station there. It takes ages to get to its temperature, and again that only goes up to 450. That took seconds. That takes minutes. So it's night and day difference on that front. So make sure you click on the 982 free. So I mean, it's the far end one. Just make sure you get it the correct voltage in your country at the end of it. But it's free delivery at the minute, so there's no postage to pay. So unless they've changed it, but it's still good regardless what. I'm good. I think what I'm going to do after this stream, I'm going to order another one. I'm going to. It's coming up in the UK, £44 on my phone with free postage. So if it comes after Christmas, I've already got one, but I'll just keep one for spare. Yeah, they got a different handle, so yeah. I just like I just like that. It's got a different type of handle, and that's the reasons why I like these, because again, it's foam. It's made out of foam, and it's really good. But it's so controllable and light. I mean, it literally. I can't show you what it's like. I mean, you could put this bendy bit on, right, at the end of the day, and then it holds the wire straight up, so it keeps the wire tucked out of the way. I mean, there's nothing to shout about. You can swap it both sides, but everything on it, I mean, it feels that feels just tough plastic, but it's how quickly it can get up to temperature. I mean, it literally, and if you leave it plugged in, it'll go down gradually, which it does. You can actually see it. You can't do it any justice because of the light. But obviously you can't see it on there. But it just literally goes down very slowly, so it doesn't burn the soldering iron out. So you're not going to damage it. All those little things just improve the quality and to use it. This is the reasons why that little tiny one, I've got them little boards that I want to work on, And that soldering iron, I can do it on this one because look at the size of that tip. That is a nice short size. You can swap it and put a bigger size on, but that's perfect for me. But I like the little diddy one because look at the length of this. That other one is nano. It feels like you're holding a pen, so you've got more control. So yeah, like you said, go for it, guys. I mean, like you said, I'm going to order another one after the stream because on my phone it's actually cheaper, so there's no postage to pay. So you know, and if you check the same one up on Amazon, you're going to be paying a lot more than that. You're going to be virtually paying double. So no, I personally wouldn't give Amazon more money. I would say just for the sake of just ordering it from AliExpress, go for it. You know, it's really good. But, you know, like you said, soldering irons are important. That's the most critical part, I would definitely say, when you're doing all of these type of repairs. You really, when you're doing it, you really want the quality. And again, all about precision. You don't want to end up getting in it yourself. You're making it awkward and more work for yourself when you're trying to solder something or try to desolder something. I mean, like I said, that it's up. I have no issues on that whatsoever. So I've used that more than a dozen times and it's never let me down. It's given me much more precise control, but just be careful. It does get hot very quick at the end of it. So what I've got to try and do is bend this wire over, right? I want to make a good connection on here, right, on this one. And the same on this side. And then what I want to do is then poke it in that, and then I want to get a reading what this is reading at, because that's not giving me a reading at all. I'm not getting no reading on this. Oh, for crying out loud, that's broke off. Fuck's sake. Right. Sorry guys, give me a minute. It's like when you're trying to concentrate and doing something, you think, I've just cocked it up. I mean, Andy was losing it earlier. I was laughing. I thought it was really funny. He was trying to resolder the chip on that Nintendo Switch, trying to reball it, and it weren't working out. I think his concentration levels were just drifting, and that was it. So yeah, right, now we're in business at the end of the day. But yeah, I'd say yeah, grab one. 205 on Amazon. Yeah. Unbelievable. That is, yeah, that's crazy. That's half of the, yeah, and so there you go. And that was all thanks to Retro 6. He didn't put, but the trouble is Retro 6, he didn't put no link. I asked him, but he didn't reply. So I done a bit of hunting. What I done, I looked back at his video, paused it because he'd done a close up. I managed to get the model number, and then he showed me what he got in the box, and I managed to work it out, what one he got, and then I thought, right, that's it, that's the exact same one he's got at the end of it. And yeah, perfect. Like you said, that's what I said, don't buy it off Amazon, they're going to rip you off. Absolutely going to rip you off. So yeah, that is my brain's always going into 6th gear when streaming. You don't have to slow down. Yeah, do you know what? But we all use soldering irons, right? And I know we do use them to our own advantages. But like you said, I think it's the most critical thing that you need when you're doing this type of business. Because again, when you're trying to work something out, and you know, and you've got a big bulky soldering, and don't get me wrong, I've got the Fantech here, right? Now this is a lovely, right? Again, I got these from the TikTok shop, right? No, I got the TikTok shop, because no one else don't sell Fantecs, right? You can unless you buy it from their website, and they're based in the US. They're not based in the UK. They're in the US. I got it ordered anyway. Again, really controllable. This goes all the way up to 450. Now this again heats up, right? It's a lot quicker, but not as quick as that AliExpress one. And these are really expensive, right? You're looking roughly around about £70 to £90 in the UK, right? But to buy it online through Amazon, it was 140, 150. exactly the same one, and I thought, I'm not paying that. And it come with a lovely little stand, and I'll show you the stand it comes with. So it comes with this stand, and basically on that front, so you can just stand it up, and then you've got right at the bottom, you've got like a little thing, so you press it and you've got all your tips in here. Now this, again, for being precision, it's really good. So you just hold it on, which is, you've got a light underneath it, and then it'll go red, and then it'll flash green, and then it'll tell you how quick that goes on. But look, that's still flashing red because it's getting up to 400 Celsius. Takes a little while, but you'll get there. It should go, it pulsate red and it should go green. Yeah, it's just gone green. That's ready, right? That's now ready to solder. Brilliant. These are great when you're mobile and you want to go out anywhere, and you just hold it again and it should go out, which it does. But great little holder on that. But that one was seconds, where this one takes probably about half of a minute. That one over the back would take 3 to 4, about 2 to 3 minutes to warm up. That takes seconds. So all of these, when it comes to branded, that's impressive. So I'll definitely say, and how light that is, it's a lovely soldering iron to work with. So yeah, even with Frantech, don't get me wrong, I love Frantech stuff. They do really good stuff, but if you look on Amazon, they're just too expensive. They are. So you know, but that was, they give me that free of charge, because they said, could you do a review? And I said, well, not normally. And they went, well, you don't have to send it back. If you do us a review, we'll send it to you free of charge, which I did. Posted it on TikTok, and it was them that sent it out. They posted it out free, and I had it within a week. And they said, can you do a live video and you know, tell us what your thoughts is? And I was very impressed. But that's more impressive. So I would definitely say, out the two, the Frantech's great for mobile if you want to go out and about, but I've used this now more than anything because how light it is. I mean, that's quite heavy because it's obviously got battery in this, and it's got a USB Type-C connector, and it lasts really long. I don't know how long it would go for, but you know, it's only been on for a few minutes, but that's more impressive because of the lightness. So it gives me more control of when I'm doing my soldering, and that's what you need. You need control. You don't want to be mucking about with some of this stuff where you're thinking, bloody hell, that's soldering iron. And I see Andy was struggling with some of these. But that, yeah, definitely go for it, guys. On that, I can't rank enough on how impressive that little soldering iron is. So, and like I said, I'm going to order another one. But let's get back to this. Let's see what this actually reads, and let's actually see if we got anything. If this should be reading 40, I'm hoping it is. It's registering. Yeah, the capacitance is not good. ESR reading is 0.36 of ESR, which is low, right? It's very good, but it's registering at 404 microfarad. Yeah, I don't think that's right somehow, unless that is 400. Oh, that is 400. It's not 40, it's 400. So this capacitor's fine. For a minute, I laughed. I thought, Jesus, hold up a minute. So let me see if I can show you guys, but because the bloody camera can't pick it up. But yeah, it's registering at 404 microfarad. The ESR rating is 0.36. So ESR is low, which is what you want anyway. And it has, yeah. I didn't read it properly because I couldn't see it. But right under there, that's not 40, that's 400. So this capacitor is fine. I don't need to replace it at the end of the day. But again, you know, it's good to know that, you know, take these out. For the sake of, you know, why that's running slow, I'm going to take the others out and just quickly test them at the end of the day. One of them is going to be low. I just know it is at the end of it. But, I'll solder that back in. And the good thing is, you won't burn that out because it comes up with a little coffee cup with, like it's saying on there. And what that means, which he was saying, it puts it into a sleep state. So basically, it keeps it on standby, but it doesn't burn it doesn't burn the iron out. So it goes into a sleep state. So as soon as you take it out, it will pick straight back up seconds. so it'll get you straight back up to where you was working previous, so you don't have to wait. So yeah, I'm definitely saying yeah, it's well worth it. But yeah, that link, that link, how big is that link? Jesus, try and type that out in one go. You got to oh yeah, you've got to get that brass bush. Oh fucking hell, yeah, I forgot all about that. You've got that brass bush and all too. Yes, I'm afraid yeah, you're right. I've got yesterday I had issues trying to fucking put that back in, and I just said, look, I'm having nightmares here. I'm having kittens trying to put that back in. But then one good aspect is that this cap is good. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a little tick on this, right? A little silver tick to saying this is good. If it's bad, I'll put a little cross. But if it's got a tick, I know it's good. So what I've done, I've put a little tick on that to saying it's good, right? It's a good cap. It's not a bad cap. It's a good cap. Right, now I've got to solder it back in. Ew, that's fun and games. What's that, Bronson? He's a fucking dog. Now, he's coming here, right? My dog is now, he's mad, right? Look, he's now gone on my chair. He's now sitting over there. Mad, that lad. He is absolutely balmy. He don't like sitting in there, it spooks him out. Now, if I pick the record player up, he's going to go out in the kitchen. He's going to freak out. And I don't know why. I've got to get access to... I want to take the other caps out. Do you know what? I would like to get this fully working properly. It's a lovely record player. But at least I know, right, that this cap is good. It's not a bad cap. It really ain't a bad cap at all. So hopefully... I've just got to put this back in circuit and get it the correct orientation, because again, that went down the bottom, and that went up the top, which is up here. So I'm going to solder that back on. Yeah, have a good one, Minky. Yeah, cheers, bud. Thanks for popping on. Oh God, that's it. It's the only. What did I say to you, Carl? What did I say yesterday? Right, when I said when you're taking these things off, they don't like being disturbed. They really don't like being disturbed. Right, that looks like that goes down to a wire, but it don't matter. I've got that one on. I'm going to solder that. It's just, where's my solder? God, that's a long. Oh yeah, it's up here. Me plonk. And that's already up to 400. That's how quick it is. It's impressive how quickly this actually... It just goes really quick, and it's really light. It gets you right in where you need to get to do just a lovely little bit of solder. It just seems like the right temperature without doing damage. 400 Celsius is perfect. That's it, it's soldered on. Lovely. Right. Fucking all these wires everywhere. Look, it's like Spaghetti Junction. Jesus. I've got to move off these wires, guys. Fucking hell, I don't know what's going on there. Push that one out of the way. I don't like half these wires hanging around, because I know I'm thinking I'm going to rip one out and one's going to go, yep, not supposed to go there. Now, obviously I've got to put that one back on. Oh, it snapped off. Oh, for crying out loud. Ouch. Alright. Right, that's on. Right. I've got now try and solder that other piece on that fucking just decided to snap off. Where's me solder? Solder. This is what I said to you about, you don't want, it's alright having nice long soldering irons, but when you want to get in awkward spots, this is where the small one will be handy. But this is so light, you don't even notice you've got it in your hand. I might have to put some flux on this because it's not going to stick, is it? No, could be in luck here. Oh, for crying out loud. This is why it don't help when it's... I can't take it out because of all the excess wires. No, that's not sticking. That is not sticking. So, I'm going to have to put some fluxy wuxy on. Where's that fluxy wuxy? Right. Mr. Flux, where are you? Fucking, yeah, right, where are you, git? Yeah, it's behind. Right, there you go. Let's sling a bit of flux on. It's now not sticking. It's sort of snapped off. Why did they do that on these type of capacitors? I could never understand. It's not seem to be. It's not seem to be biting against the capacitor now. Oh, that's the only thing when you're touching capacitors, isn't it? You know. Again, vintage stuff. Why does it have to be so bloody awkward? Why? No, it's not biting. It's definitely not biting. So, where's my... Can I scrape some of this off to make contact to see if I can try and get... Sorry guys, I'll read your message anyway. I've got to try and make... I've got to be careful because I don't want to puncture the bloody capacitor, because again I probably won't be able to get this one. Yeah. Let's try this. Right, I've scraped the top part. No, come on. Don't know why it don't want to play ball. It's just not seem to be gripping. It don't want to bite against that. I'll tell you what. What about? Let's put that there for a minute. Let's see if I've got a little bit of copper wire. I can try and bond and then bridge the wire onto that wire. I think that might be my best bet. Because again, it's not seem to be bonding. It don't want to bond. Regardless that I use flux, it just, you know, it's just saying no, sorry, I'm not playing ball. What's this? Oh, Xbox fan. This is why I like to have a box of bits to try and have the, or, you know, just in case you might need to say, oh, I need a wire, I need a connector. It's why, you know, Mum said, why don't you throw it all in the bin? No, I don't want to throw it in the bin. Bloody comes in handy. He said, literally does. Otherwise, you've got to go out and go and buy it again. That's not going to be in there, is it? Of course not. Good, yeah. Alright, I'll have to cut some. I'll cut some out of there. So, I've got a bit of red wire. Let's see if I can just snip a piece. Should have just done that to bloody start with, shouldn't I? I've got some, also try and add some solder directly to it. I've already tried that, but it ain't sticking. For some reason, I don't know why, it's not bonding. I don't want to pierce the top part on that. Right, where's my other old flux? So I'm going to try some of this. This is my old flux. It's really good stuff. It's very waxy, but it seems to. I'll take a little bit of that flux, smear a little bit. Don't know why it just decided to come off. There you go. Wipe the rest of the remaining flux on the towel. Of course you do, yeah. Then put it in the washing machine after. Right. Let's try again with solid wire. Okay, bit of wire. Let's plonk a bit of breathe them fumes in. Really is nice. Fucking hell! This is the only thing is, like, you know, you shouldn't be getting aggravation. It don't want to stick. This don't want to stick at all. Wow. I don't know why it don't want to stick. Let's try a different solder. That should be sticking and it's not sticking. It just don't want to stick to that capacitor. I've never had this before. Well, this has got bloody solder wire in it. You don't even want to. So at 400 Celsius, it's not even burning it. Wow. I don't want to get the capacitor too hot. I'll fucking explode it. It'll go bang. Then I'll have no capacitor. Wow, that's not even burning it. That's shocking. What fucking soldering wire is this? Go Gas Limited. Keep away from children. Rosin core solder. Best for electrical. Lead free. Wow. And it can't even burn it. At 400 Celsius, it can't even hit it. Sandpaper to get my raw surface. I think I might have to go down that route. It can't even take your solder. Look, it's not burning any solder. It's at 400 Celsius. Oh, finally. Here we go. Jesus, breathe the fumes. Fucking hell, God. Jesus, I've got a mouthful. That's amazing. No, it's not taking that. So it's not the solder. Oh, God, fucking breathe them fumes in. I tell you, they are nasty. Right, let's get rough a little bit of sandpaper. Fucking hell, yeah. It's not ideal. You don't really want to breathe that in. Yeah, lovely. You go to the doctors and say, what's up? Why are you breathing? Oh, I've just breathed in a load of solder, that's all. You know, I'm getting choked out with it. Right, let's give that. Oh, fucking hell, I've got to wipe it. Let's give it a wipe. Fucking, there's more flux on it now than ever. I've never had this before. I've never had it sort of like. Shouldn't have to do this. They normally use conductive. They normally use conductive plates at the top. Oh fuck! What's that? Oh Jesus! It's gone in there. Right. Let's try that again with the lead free. Let's see if that'll take. This is low melt solder. I'm going to be in trouble if I can't get this soldered. It don't seem to be taking it, bud. It's not sticking. Let's try a bit more flux. It's not sticking. It's not biting it. You might need to crank up the temp a bit. Alright, I'll crank it all the way up to 450. It's the maximum it'll go. Pull it on there for a minute. That is not. It's not biting. It is definitely not biting, and I don't want to get that cap too hot. If that cap capacitor gets too hot, more than above 100 Celsius, it'll go pop. You'll have the magic smoke come out. I've had it done a few times when I've cranked it, left the soldering iron, and got the solder too hot, because due to the temperature, it's up to 450 now. Right. It just don't seem to want to. I mean, fuck me, that is hot now. You just don't want to stay on. It's just bubbling. That's all it's doing. It just wants to go to a bubble. No, it don't want to stick. Wow. Actually, what about? I think it's the material it wants to try and do. What about? I've got an idea. I should have thought about this earlier on. Take a capacitor, cut the leg off, and see if it'll stick to the leg. I've had this done before. It's a 50-50. Sometimes it works, sometimes it might not work. So take an old capacitor and just splice off its leg, which I've got. There's plenty of these small caps. So I've got an old one here. Right, where's the new one? It's even them cheap Chinese fucking shitty things. They're actually beyond a joke. Right, there it is. The wire is very thin. Right, so you can actually see. You can't do it. The camera don't do it justice. But I'm gonna let's see if this will stick to this, the leg. Sometimes that will help it if I can get this. Where's that cloth? Because I don't want to burn this. I'd rather do it on a cloth, just make it easier. I don't care if I burn the cloth. Right, see, that sticks to the leg, lovely. What it did do is fell off. Jesus, that's not hot, but it's on there, right? And then stick this to the leg. Let that cool down for a minute. So it's burning my hands. Oh, it nearly stuck. I think that could work. I felt that bite just ever so slight. It did bite just for a bit. So if you ever do get this, right, because now I can't hold it because it's too, oh, Yeah, that ain't going to help, is it? I can drop it on the floor. Great, lovely. Okay. Where's that gone? Yeah, it's gone here. Got it. So, do you know what? Where's my moulds? I've got my little Wassane ones. I use these, right? I'll solder it all the way in, so that way it'll grip it, and then I won't have to keep getting. That's it, clips in. So now it's never going to come off, right? That do it. A little bit of flux, ever so slight. Come in at the soldering iron. Fuck it, throw it on the floor. Oh dear, the joys, the joys. No. It just don't want to stick to that for some reason it just don't want to stick to that capacitor. Nothing don't want to stick to it. I'm really surprised. No, it's not sticking. It is not going to stick to that solder. It's stuck to that leg. It won't stick to the actual thing itself. It don't want to have it. It just don't want to bite that leg back to it for some reason. And I really am surprised why it does not want to go back on. Let's see if I can try and solder that back from here. It just snapped off. I didn't even bloody, you know. No, it's not sticking. I'm going to have an issue here now, because now I'm not going to be able to get that capacitor back on it. It's a 400 18 volt. I don't think I'm going to have one of them. I'm not going to have that capacitor now. Oh, for crying out loud. And which is not going to help the situation. Was the leg originally spot welded out? Well, it was spotted onto this. I mean, obviously, you might be able to see it, and you can see what I mean. It come off the top of this. It literally just come off the top of it. Just snapped off. And it won't, for some reason, now it won't go back on. It just don't want to go back onto that top part there. So, I mean, the leg snapped here. It snapped off, but it won't solder back on there. And I've gritted that, sanded that all down. Done what you said, and it won't stick it. And I wonder why it won't stick. Which I'm pretty gutted, because now I can't put this back on. Which I ain't going to have one of them. I'm just not going to have one on here, which is a bit of a bummer. What about if I try it from, where's that scrape? Let's see if I can scrape it. I mean, does it have to go on the top there? Can I put it on that metal piece? Because that might earth it out. I mean, this is obviously the live, this is the earth, so it ain't going to make no difference anyway. Let's see if I can try and scrape. The live's at the bottom. It's a weird selection on there, but it's probably the orientation it needed. Now I've really given that a grinding on there. It's a right grinded bit. Yeah, check the multimeter. I think it's alright. I personally think the cap's alright. I've not, I don't want to put too much heat in because it'll pop it. They'll only take so much. they have like a tolerance level when it comes to, because obviously electricity gives off some form of heat. Right, let's zero that. This is the top one's the top one's earth, bottom one's live. But again, it's reading 0.9 nanofarad. But we know this cap's good anyway, so it obviously ain't going to help the situation. But it's reading 0.9, so it's given mixed readings on the multimeter. I just need this soldered, so I've scraped that side. I'm going to try that again with just a bit of it won't stick it. It just don't want to stick this capacity. It just don't want to, for some reason, the solder don't want to, it's non-conductive. For some reason, it just don't want to stick against the metal. It breaks it off. It just goes to bead. Look, it beads off. Which is really, really weird, because I've got no other. What about if I try some of that, their fucking cheap Chinese crap? Would that make any difference? I mean, you know, their flux might, their solder might, I mean, because solder is solder. To me, it should stick. I personally think it's the conductive metals on here that's not making it, allowing it to stick. And I've got nothing else. Actually, come, you say that, I have got some solder paste. Now, let me find me solder paste. I've got solder paste. Right, so let me try some solder paste. Now, this is liquid solder paste. So basically, really, oh, fuck, what's that got on the floor? Oh, sorry, it's not important. I think that was a needle. But let me plonk a little bit. Now again, this is good stuff, right? I try not to use this because it's expensive. Solder paste is more expensive than solder, believe it or not. But it should bite it. Should. In theory, should. But don't quote me because, again, of the material. Again, it's not biting. It's not biting it. It's not having it. So it's not the materials I'm using. It's actually the capacitor that's causing the issue. Now I'm going to be screwed because I won't be able to get the capacitance on this at all. No. It just literally pulls off. It just don't want to stay on, for some reason. It just don't want to stay on this on this capacitor. All it does, it just bubbles up. When it tries to bubble up, I can feel that cap getting warm. What about if I put a bit of solder wick on top and then try and solder wick it? I mean, I'm running out of options here. I mean, I've tried different ways of scraping the top. Let's cut a little bit of solder wick. Let's try a bit of solder. Bit of solder wick. Cut a bit of solder wick off and see if we can bond. See what I mean? You're trying to think. You're trying to think outside the box of trying to literally put everything you can to try and stick to something. But if this is non-conductive, I mean, you know, which I'm really surprised, because why would they do that? Capacitors normally have a pretty good, you know, front on there. And I'm going to bung a little bit of flux on that front. Get the solder. Still at 450. Right. Take me lead free, the low melt solder. That's exactly what I've got, low melt. And stick that fucking hell, that is hot. Jesus, that is hot. I don't want to stick to that. Now I'm going to be screwed. Alright, I'm going to have to let that cap salt. That's enough getting hot, that cap. It's like 450. It's really hot. It won't even stick to. It won't even stick to that solder. The solder wick just comes right off the solder wick, so it don't even want to bond to that. I mean, look, you can actually see that I did put solder straight onto that. It won't even stick to it. It don't want to bond. Nothing don't want to bond to it. So how the bloody hell am I going to grind that out? It's got to be grounded out. Obviously, the live's at the bottom. Unless what I could do I know it's not ideal. Yeah, lead free isn't low melt. It's just that you. Oh right, okay. It's just right. So what I could do, right? I might just snip some of this off the casing, wrap a wire, cord the wire around it, because it's on the outside anyway. The whole body's earthed out, right? Obviously the live's at the bottom. Wrap it round, put some solder over it, right? And then basically, because it ain't going to go anywhere, and then grind it out to the pad that way, because it looks like that it's going to that point anyway, and keep it away from everything else, and then that's the only way I'm going to solve the problem. Otherwise, I'm going to go around in circles here. I'm not getting nowhere. I'm literally not getting nowhere. I've tried everything, and for some reason, it don't want to go. It just don't want to give on that front. Yeah, I'll tell you what did come through. Do you watch his channel? It's the Coder's channel. Again, he's a big YouTuber. At the end of the day, he's got his own stuff for sale. You know, he advertises bits on his website, the Coder, and he's really good. Because again, on his stuff, he's sort of like, you know, he goes into depth of what he charges. Well, anyway, on his website. Yeah, I watched it. Yeah, before. Yeah. Well, on his website, he's always got bits for sale, right? And I ordered this yesterday. It only come this morning. This is one of his new products, right? Now I've already got some of this, but not. It's obviously not going to be for the point where it's green solder mask. This is fast curing solder mask. Right, it's £5 and it's £5 in the UK for postage, so it's about £10 overall, right? But this is new. He only just got this in. He obviously got this from China or something, but he showed you how quick this works, and I kid you not, he weren't making it up. Right, I ain't opened this yet. It's still sealed up. Right, it's a full tube of this. Right, and basically it's fast curing oil. Right, for motherboards, and you can use it for jumper, but it's fast curing. It's rapid solder reset. Basically, it's another mask cure that you put over. Now you have to use UV light. You have to use UV light on this, but where you have to keep it on there for about a few minutes, this you keep on for 4 to 5 seconds, and it goes rock hard. And he proved it. I watched it last night when it was on his channel, and he actually he totally recommends it. And he weren't lying. He proved it right in front. He just put a little bit on a solder ball, He took his UV light, put it on there, and he counted to 5, and it was rock hard. He said, if you really want a really rock hard surface, no more than 10 seconds. 10 seconds. I've never seen UV because this reacts with UV, because it's got on there motherboard. Where is it? Here, ultraviolet high. So basically, this cures very fast with UV light, and 5 seconds was enough. It done its job. So again, this is one of these new products. What he's got on there, it's got on there fast curing. So it's an actual oil, where the other one was like it's like a green stuff in it that you put over. You can have multicolored, but yeah, fantastic. It's like colourless. It's like a really strange colour. It's like a dull white when it goes flat. Yeah, again, impressive. So I thought I'll get one of that. I'll get that ordered, because he proved it that he wasn't lying. So I thought, well, some people, they just say that just so you can get their, they want you to buy their items. But if they can prove it, like that soldering iron, if you can actually prove how good that is, I would definitely say, yeah, it's worth its money. So what I'm going to do, I'm stripping this back, right? Obviously, because I can't get, for some reason, I can't seem to get it. I don't want to go too mad, because I don't want to, because otherwise I'm going to affect the asset. So what? Oh, look, now the bottom's come off. For fuck's sake! Literally the bottom snapped off. Unbelievable. What is the chance of that bottom coming off of that? Because I'm wiggling it around. Now this one's completely like, this is not good so far. Again, you only want to test the value, but because again these things are so brittle. So, okay, I need wire now. Obviously on that front, I need lots of. Let's have a look. See, we've got some old wire. A 5-minute job ends up being about a 3-hour job. Always, yeah. That's what I love about vintage. This is why I love vintage stuff. It really is. You can't beat it. You're not making it up. You as you're going along, you know what these things like. They don't like being mucked about with. That's a nice thick stranded one. It's got a nice cord on that. No, the dog's gone. The dog's buggered off. It's gone in the kitchen. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap it round, right, for an earth. Now I've got to do the bottom. So I've stripped a good portion in this back. So what I want to do is wrap it round. No, still got more to take off. You want to go all the way round to make sure that can I've got to try and get that. It's the only thing with these capacitors. I've never had this on a capacitor. Never. This is the first one. Yeah, MK's not been well. He said, Yeah, it's definitely that's good stuff. No, that fast rapid cure one. Again, you watch it, how quickly that goes off. I thought, oh, I'll get some of that. Always handy. And his stuff always seems to sell out on his website very quickly. As it is today, while I was in work, one of my PlayStation 2s just sold today. So alright, let's just nip round, go and get it posted. Right, so what I've done, wrapped it round, right? I wrapped it all the way round. Obviously this being the earth, could have used black, you know, but no, what do I do? Pick bloody orange. Now what I'm going to do, just pull that down for a minute. Oh god, that really don't sound great. At the end of the day, let me put that to one side. Let's put that to one side. That's it, and then I can sort of move that over here. Give me some kind of room to work. Some, not a lot, but right. Also, I'm going to have to try and put another piece of wire on that, ain't I? Yeah, right, that's going to be bloody fun and games, even for that. At the end of it. But, right, where's the solder? Will it stick? Well, that's the biggest key question, isn't it? Will it stick? If I solder the end on that, well, actually, it would help if I put a little bit of flux on it first, because flux will always help to give it just a little bit of stickiness. All for the sake of, you know, I've never had that come off before, and you know, on a capacitor. Again, you have to think outside the bloody box just to try and get things stuck to it. This is why I like soldering irons to, you know, be precise. You know, and especially if you want a nice light soldering iron. You don't want an heavy one. It's just going to be cumbersome and get in the way. Oh, that cap's getting hot. Fucking hell, Jesus. Sorry for the swearing. That really is getting hot. Yeah. Let that cool down for a bit. I'm going to just turn that soldering iron down back to 400s. It's too aggressive. It really is aggressive. I mean, it's impressive how quickly that gets up, but it's a bit too much. You don't need it that high. 400 seems to be the perfect sweet spot for this. So if I can bond all of that to one side, if you see how I've done this, it looks jank, but it will do the job. Hang on, I'll read your message in a minute, bud. Let me put this bit on. Well, I've got this soldering on there. And then I've got to do the bottom. All this just for a capacitor, because it won't fucking stick. Wow. I mean, that's fucking ridiculous. But I know that this will work it. It'll make connection. Not ideal, but that's what I said. Don't use thin wire. Use the thickest stuff you can try and get. I mean, it's only got to act as an earth anyway, so it's not as if it's I think that's going to do it. That's definitely going to do it. Right, let's clean that. Yeah, just use your towel. So I only dry my hands on it anyway. Right, not ideal, but this is what I've come up with, right, at the end of the day. So I've wrapped it round the top part, because I don't want to take all the value, otherwise you won't read the value of it. So what I've done, wrapped it round really tight, right, corded it all the way round, because this is only for earth anyway, because it won't stick to the top of it. Soldered all round where I twisted, as tightly as I can, and look, it's not going nowhere, right? So that's working lovely. So it's only got to connect to that point anyway. Now I've got to reconnect the bloody bottom part, because that decided to snap as well. Yeah, if I'm lucky, I have an electronic shop 20 minutes from my house, and they bring a list of components I need and pick them up off the shelf. Well, you're lucky there, bud. We haven't got none in the UK, none. There's no more now. I'm afraid our last of our shops that done electricals, it was called, he didn't have a lot no, but he used to get it. I forgot the name of the bloody shop, but again, only for a few years, and then they didn't do a trade, so the company went bankrupt basically. I will think of the name of it. It will come to me, but yeah, it's a shame that the shops here over here there's non-existent now. So everything now is, and do you know what done it? It was all thanks to places like eBay and Amazon. It killed it off, because everyone was ordering online. They didn't need to go to a shop, but what it was doing, it was killing the online. It was actually killing the shop trade, basically. Oh, that's the shop. It was called, in the UK, it was called Maplin, Maplin, at the end of it. Fantastic shop. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, Maplin. Yeah, it was really good shop. If you Google it, Maplins, it was Maplins? Yeah, Maplins. And they was the only electrical shop that you could go in there, buy diodes, you could buy capacitors, it was a proper electronic shop. Been around for quite a few years, but the online business killed it. And my friend there, I know, before he passed away, he worked in the shop, and he said that the online trade is killing the shop industry. I'm afraid, yeah, he's right. You can't compete. Remember, shops have got overheads they have to pay out, but you can't compete when it comes to online, because you've got things like AliExpress. You can buy it in bulk. At the end of the day, why would you pay £3 in the UK for a capacitor where you could buy a pack of them for £3? It doesn't make sense. This is what does it, because what they don't realise is shops have got overheads. They've also got ground rates to pay, the gas and the electric and all that, of all the utility bills, and they couldn't compete against it. And that's the trouble, and it's such a shame, because that's what finished it off. And I thought, no, you can't wonder at it. You really can't wonder at it. So, yeah, I'm afraid it didn't work out, and they just shut the trade down. So, now we got none in the UK now. None, not one. So, we have to now just rely on, just going online and just ordering what you want. I mean, if you've got Amazon Prime, you can have it within an hour. But then you've got to pay for that Amazon Prime. It's not free at the end of it. You don't get, there's always a cost with online, always. I mean, I've just been having this conversation with my friend at the end of the day. Steam, right? Now I've got the MetaQuest 3 over there at the end of the day. Lovely headset, not moping about the headset, it's a beautiful headset. I've always had MetaQuest. Now Steam OS, and they're bringing their version out very shortly in January. They're already bringing the Cube out, right? So it will have access to all on their stuff. But their headset, they're actually bringing their own headset out. So, which is going to be interesting, because looking at that, it's getting mixed reactions. But they're trying to compete against PC territory. Well, the only one that is dedicated is the MetaQuest Pro. Well, in the UK, that's £1,000. So if that was in a different country, it's going to be double for what it is in the UK. I'd hate to think at the end of it. I mean, as it is, the MetaQuest Pro, that on that, it's a lovely headset, but it's just overpriced. It's just way overpriced. I bet I'm going to have the same issue here, ain't I? I fucking knew it. How did I know this weren't going to stick? Now the bottom snapped off. Now I can't stick to the bottom. Wow. I mean, that's just about the icing on the cake. No. I've well and truly fucking killed this, you know. I have. Now it won't even stick to the bottom. So I've soldered all the top. Now I can't do the top, I can't do the bottom. For this, it just snapped. Absolutely unbelievable. I've never had a capacitor like this. Never ever had a capacitor. I've never had a capacitor that does not take solder at the end of it, and it now just won't seem to stick at all. Does that come off? Can I stick that on? Is there a possibility I can stick that on without that coming off? Don't bank on it. Where's my solder? The solder pit, the wick. So I'm going to screw this. Actually, screw that piece on. You know, with a little bit of flux. This nice sticky stuff. That's good stuff. That flux. I'm really impressed with that. I've had that for about 4 years, that flux, and it's still going. You only need to dip it in, but it's really sticky. It gets it right in there, where some of this cheap Chinese crap, it just don't seem to stick too great. But that is impressive. I am really impressed with that. So where is my... Let's take this over. Right. Let me try to hold that up. And then that frees up my hand, and then I can get right in there then. No, it's not sticking. Oh, you fucking sod. I'm going to have to see if I can try and Google this. Oh, that's annoying. It just didn't want to solder. I've never ever had a capacitor do this. Never. This is the first one. And I'm not going to have that value. Just not. 400 microfarad at 18 DC. It's a weird DC now. It just don't want to. It just don't seem to. Nothing wants to stick to it. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I can't get anything to stick. There's enough flux on there to stick up an ass, and you know it's literally. I've put it on. I'll read your message in a minute, bud. Let's see if I can try and squeeze that in. It's absolutely daft. I've never ever come across a this has got to be one of the weirdest capacitors I've ever had to come across on that. It's the way they've done it. Oh well, I'm gonna have a lovely evening, and I'm trying to look for capacitors now. No, no, nothing sticking to it. Am I not surprised? Just wasting my time and trying. I've gone for all that aggravation just to try and do that. Now I can't stick it to this at all. It will not stick. There's enough flux on there to keep me going on there. Just won't stick it. It don't want to bite. Nothing wants to bite against it. It's the material that it seems to be made out of. For some reason, I don't quite understand why it don't want to stick to it. Did you have a radical cap that's similar value? It doesn't have to be 100% match. I'll have to go through it. I have got caps. You know, when you're doing this sort of line of work, you've got to have them at the end of it. Give me one. Let me just try to see if I can bite that right where it's broken off. No, it just can't seem to get nothing in there for it to be stuck right up near where that snapped. It just completely just snapped off for no apparent reason. The actual solder don't want to. It's like the material it's made out of. It doesn't like solder. It's a really weird situation. I've never seen that. I have never ever seen that. It just goes to like it'll beat up. It's fucking annoying because now obviously it's now going to affect it. Obviously I've got to try and look for another cap. All I wanted to do is just test the value. Literally. If I push it down, it just beads up. It's really weird. It really just don't like it for some reason. As soon as I try and pull it out, it comes straight back out. So now I can't use this cap because now obviously it's got a isolation at the bottom, that being the plus, because it's got the plus at the bottom. I've done the top. I can't do the bottom because obviously it's got that on it. Unless I can try and dig it out and see if I can get something to, you know. You shouldn't have to be doing this on a capacitor. I'm going to dig some of the leg out, right? And it had to be this one, didn't it? I mean, out of all the capacitors, it had to be this one. It just completely, the leg it just sheared off. And it sheared off so tight, I can see a little bit of the leg standing. Where's my scalpel? I'll have to watch my fingers. You know what scalpels do. You end up at the hospital thinking, yep, we like fingers. Yeah, of course you do. We like chopping limbs off. Nasty. Don't want to muck about them. Let me see if I can try and tease some of that out. Keeping my bloody hands well away from this. I just want to scrape some of the material. It's a really thick, whatever this is, it's like thick rubber. I sort of gain access to it a little bit more, but obviously that's not going to help the situation, is it? If I can't get nothing bloody stuck to it. I'm trying to poke it out so I can sort of like get something stuck to it. That sort of helped it. I've mangled the bottom up a little bit, but not too much, to the point where it's obliterated. Let's give that a go. Probably not going to work. I mean, I'm just going to have to just search for another one. If they even exist. It's probably not. The chances are, remember, this is 1968. To find something that's 1968 is going to be original, is going to be a no. That's just the way it always is. Where's that solder? Fuck me, I've used a lot of this solder up. I've only got a little bit left. That was a big reel of it. Nope. Nope, it don't want to bite. Actually, does that bite? That's bit. Yay, that's bit. So whatever that material is, it bites to that. Cool. Don't speak too soon. Oh, you sod. That nearly got it then. Let's crank that up a little bit more. Let's go to 450. Get it up to fucking seconds. That just took literally about 3 seconds to get it up to 450. That's done it. No, it's not. Alright. Nearly. I'm going to put another blob on. But as now, it's got a nice big blob on it. Let's leave that there for a minute. I don't want to tempt fate, but I think that might have done it. Let me double check. Yeah, that's bit it. So what I've done, right, I might have done it there. I've managed to scrape it back, right. I don't want to pull it too much, but the black one is now alive. The bottom one is definitely 100%. So, yeah, that's not gone the way I wanted it to go, but as long as it goes back on and it can read from it. And the way I know for sure if that's working, I'm going to just quickly put it into that transistor interface, and let's just give that a quick go, just see if this reads. So it's just got to read from 1 to 3, so all it's got to read. Now Andy, again, when Andy done this, I've always used interfaces from 1 to 3. So I don't put it on 1 to 2, I always put it the furthest point. That's what I got told, and it works every time. Gives you its true value. That's why it's so thick, you don't want to go in. Right, strip it back a bit more. Right, there's enough on there anyway. I'll take half the strands out. Right, I won't What's that, right? I only want to, because I only want to see if it reads its value. Right, that's better. We'll put that in number 1. So one goes in 1, one goes in 3. As long as one goes in 1 and one goes in 3, you're absolutely fine. If this reads from it, then I know it's done it. See, I'm not too bad when it comes to that. I'm pretty good. Yep, 417 microfarad. ESR 0.34. Perfect. Cool. Right, so she's done. Right. So first things first, I might have to snip some of this down, but it's done it. What I've had to do, I've wrapped that round there because obviously that ain't sticking, and the little bit that I pried out that is snapped off right underneath where that rubber, I pulled some of the rubber back. You've got to be careful because you don't want to earth it out, otherwise you're just putting, you're trying to put a live to an earth, so which it won't. You'll just be earth to earth, so it won't be reading its value from it. But I managed to get that in, tucked right in, and then big blob of solder right on top. Perfect on that front. So cool. What we can do now, but I've never had that before. That is the world first. That wouldn't even take. It wouldn't even take to solder. Capacitors normally have just got 2 legs coming straight out from underneath, but they must make it out of conductive material where it won't stick to solder, which is weird. I've not known it. That's new on me for some reason. So, I'll tell you what, the UK. What's the time? It's 4:01 in the UK, right? And already it's bloody pitch. It's dark out there. Look, it's starting to get dark. It's so dark in here. I've got to put the light on at the end of it. So let me just quickly go and put me landing light on because it's getting really dark in this room and I can't see what I'm doing. Hello, Box. Right, lovely. So what I do, Carrefour, right, before I put that capacitor back, right, I'm not going to tempt fate because I know what will happen. If I keep wiggling this around, it's going to break again because I just know the way these things are really finicky. So what I do, I will take the other capacitors out, one at a time, right, while it's out. Really, I need my desoldering gun. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. Where's my desolder gun? Let me plug my desolder gun in and let me take that out from that point. I've got to plug it back in. Because if I tried to do that with solder wick, because again, these are great, I cable tied all this up because the bloody pipes, obviously you've got a suction one and one that goes, it's got on power at the end of it, and I think it just makes sense just to put this. I should have just left this in, but the bloody thing was always in the way when I've got big items like this on the bench. Like I said, I build a big nice bench, and for what? I can't fit nothing on it. Right, I'm going to turn that solder iron off because I don't want to end up just saying, you know, oh, it does a job. Yeah, and I've burnt it out. I'm going to order another one though. I think while they're on special offer, I'm going to grab one because I'm really impressed with that. And it's always nice to have a backup because I know what'll happen. Eventually, right, they'll say, sorry, that's out of stock, or we can't get that no more. And then it'll go back up to full price. So for the sake of 45 for the UK, I'm going to grab one. What's this up to? 300s. Let's put it up to 300 Celsius. This is going to be up to 300 Celsius, which should be enough to take solder off that board. I don't want to go too much because you'll delaminate it, you'll take it off its traces. And this, just like you said, people don't like using these, but these they are really good. So I'm going to balance it on there. That'd be fine. I'm not going to put that one back on just at the minute, because I want to take these other ones off. Can I get to it? No, that's just it. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be fun and games. I only need to desolder one side, didn't I? I've only got to take one side of the leg out. Fuck, I can't even get to one side of the leg because these two wires are in the way. That's a bummer. I can't take that out, can I? Oh, you can. They're soldered. That one's got Phillips screw. That's handy. I can take that out without wash stains on it. If I take that little screw out, that can in. No, right, you can't use that. That's clearly obvious. Where is my other? Nothing's ever been off this. Nothing. So you can definitely say 100% this is full original. Right, cool. Now I can get to it. It's given me more room. I don't want to start desoldering wires. All I need to gain access is take one side of the leg out. Because then what I could do is wrap one side of the leg with a bit of wire, right? While one's desoldered on the other side, and then I'll put it in a transistor tester and then read the value. That'd be the best bet. Yeah, the bigger the bench, the more stuff. Well, yeah, just a tad. Yeah, it's up to 300. It don't take too long on here. So these old boards really don't like. And that's at 300. It's melted that. Yeah, let's took that off. Is it? Yeah, soft. I don't want to push any more on the old boards. The reasons why I won't go no more than 300 on these old boards, because I've done one on the Spectrum and took the traces off, and that was at 350. So I dropped it down to 300. It was fine, but only for a few seconds. Because again, you don't want to leave these on for too long. You will take the traces off. Retro 6, he don't recommend it. He actually says, Luke says at Retro 6, use hot air. But I see hot air, and you can actually popcorn the boards, which you don't really want. There's a bloody wire right in the way. Yeah, I built a nice 6-foot table, and all I seem to be doing is just using it as a storage. Melting that wire, see? Because that fucking that's a soldering iron and a desoldering gun at the same time, and it's awkward to actually try and get anything in. Right. I need to get that other cap out. Just one leg, one more to go. Come on. Fuck's sake. Just wants to be awkward. There is that. And I've got to be careful here because it is starting to take out. No, that'd be fine. Turn that off. Already I started to see it was taking the trace off that. I've just caught that in time, and that's at 300. This is why they don't recommend, when you're working with retro stuff, they don't recommend it using these desoldering guns. Yeah, that's out. But I was lucky. I was just starting to take the trace off that. That just got to the point. If that was any hotter, I would have totally delaminated part of the trace, and then I'd have had to do trace repair, which you don't want to do, because again, you don't know where that goes in a circuit, because sometimes that's misleading. But all one side of the leg, all three of them, and they're off. So now that won't read in circuit, because there's only 4 caps in total. So what I need to do next then is rig up some more wire. So let's find some more wire at the end of the day. Lovely. Oh no, I don't want to use them. They come in handy. I need 2 bits of wire, so I've got on. That seems to be a nice. Oh no, I don't want to use the end of it. Yeah, this might do. What we use for computers, for SATA, and for what they used to put on the old hard drives. So black and red, perfect. So cut it straight down the middle, leave a little bit. Nice. So I'll solder one side to one. I'll wrap one side of the leg, one round, and one at the point where it's disconnected, and then it won't read in circuit, and it will give me, hopefully, it will give me the value that I need for that it should be reading at. That other capacitor, that really I've never had that. That's never ever, that's the first one in all the years that's ever I've had to do that to a capacitor. Right, cool. It just, nothing didn't want to stick to it, you know. But yeah, that solder stuff, that's expensive. In the UK it is, it's very dear. Buying it online. That's liquid. That is, instead of just using, like, you know, solder from a stick, or, you know, in this format, it's liquid stuff. The liquid stuff's going to be more expensive, but it's much more controllable. But again, you have to have high temperature, which is not ideal on some boards. Things like Spectrums, old vintage stuff like what I've got, I wouldn't recommend it. So I'd just rather use that type of solder. That's alright on late circuit boards that can take the heat. Old boards like this don't take heat too great. You know, I've learnt that. I've just seemed to learnt that why these end up playing up. So black goes on. I'm going to put black on black. So it looks like the top part is it's got a black band. The black band is the black band at the bottom of the capacitor. Is that the earth or is that the live? I forgot. Yeah, I've just got nervous working on my old tube radios. Yeah, I can wonder at it, definitely. You know, like you said, you don't really want to muck about with them, because especially them type, you know, they end up being bloody expensive. If you end up thinking, oh yeah, I'll break that, that's going to cost. It doesn't matter. I'm going to put this. I just want to read the value of these capacitors. That's all I want to do, is just read these capacitor values. Where is that? Where's me tweezers? Put the red on the red. It ain't got to be a perfect connection, as long as it just makes a connection. That's all it's got to do. All I want it to do is not to read it in circuit. I just don't want it reading in circuit at all. Now I can take my transistor, which is where I don't know, because I put things down, tidy my desk up and junk it all back up. Lovely. You've got to love that, you know. Put things down and you can't find it. Ah, there it is behind me. Right. 1 and 3. So one goes on 1. One goes on 3. And that should then read out of circuit. click test. Now this should read 50 microfarad. 50 should read a 50. It actually reads 52.47 microfarad. Obviously you can't see it. I've got it here. So it's reading at 52 and the ESR is 0.63. So that cap is good, which I'm shocked. To be honest, I'm really shocked on how well that's done. So it's telling you from that one point to the third point, ESR is 0.63, which is, again, if that was a high ESR rating, I would say it's going to more like a resistance mode at the end of the day. But it's actually, capacitance is really good. Don't need to change it. Cool, okay, that's fine. Then I can actually then, once I've found out these values, I can then put a little note, capacitors tested, read okay, right? So I won't need to replace the capacitors. But it's the only safest way that you'll know that you're going to get a true reading. Just, you know, you've got to, like you said, desolder one side of the leg. You don't have to take it all out. Which I tried that with the other one, and miraculously it just decided to say, no, we're going to snap and cause you out. At the end of the day, yeah, of course you bloody would. Give me something else to do. Sorry guys, I know you can see the top part of my head there, but I've got to be careful. I'm just trying to catch one side of the leg and wrap it round. So all I want to do is just get a connection. Yeah, it's like you said, it ain't got to be perfect, as long as it just makes connection. Right, now this should read, same thing again, 50 microfarad. It should. So let's get the black. So we've got two 50s in here. Two. Hopefully this will read it. It's 47. A little bit down on capacitance. ESR reading on this is 1.1, which is okay, that's pretty good. That's not too bad. You know, it's anything above from 2 to 3 is high ESR, which again, that's its resistance. But 47, that's within its tolerance levels, which is fine, which is normally 10 to 20%. So no, that's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that cap at the end of the day. So cap number 2 out of 50 is actually fine. Not got a problem. Now we've got the little tiny capacitor, which is the last one. So 2 at 2 is good. We don't seem to be having any issues with the 250 volt ones. The 16 volts at 50 microfarads. So, which I honestly thought they would have, personally, I honestly thought that I would have had an issue there, but we apparently not. But we haven't got out the neck of the woods yet. I want to test the third one. So again, these being original, I'm really shocked that is not lost its capacitance since 1968, which capacitors have a lifespan between 20 years, not even that, right? Normally between 10 and 15 years on most of the capacitance, what I've read up. Depending on the good cap, you might be able to squeeze the top end of 15 to 20, right, at the end of it. But from 1968 all the way up to 2025, well, I'm not rocket science. That's over 50 years, and the cap shouldn't last that long. Pico. Hi Pico, how you doing, buddy? Just got in from work. Well done. So yeah, so what is? Let me test. Where's my torch? Let me grab my torch. I can't even read that small writing. Fucking dog is mental. Just wants to lay in the kitchen. For some reason, it seems to be spooking him out. Right, let me read. I've got to be careful. I don't want to snap the leg. So the microfarad reading on this is, fucking hell, I can't even read that. 6.4 microfarad. Well, it's just got, It's just got 6.41. It's just got 6.4. It doesn't give me any other microfarad reading. 25 volt at 6.4. It's a bit of an odd number, isn't it? You know, but it don't even say UF. It just says 6.4. So I went, oh, okay. If it reads 6.4, it reads 6.4. Yeah, I've got to pick up my son soon. I'll be back. No worries, bud. I'll see you in a bit. Oh, you fucking unbelievable. I'll be careful not to. I don't want to break the wires here. Right. Let's put 1 in 1. 1 in 3. Click test. Testing. Let's see if this reads 6.4. It's taken a lot longer than usual. It shouldn't take that long. Nope. Can't read this one. It's got class 1 61 picofarad. I reckon we could actually have a bad capacitor here. So one of these caps is bad. Can't seem to get a reading from it. It's saying from 2 to 3. Well, it's actually in 1 to 3. But it's coming up to 61 picofarad. Now, picofarad from a microfarad, it's 61. And what was it saying? 64? I mean, is that a good cap? I don't know if that's a good cap or not. I'm not 100% sure, but it just says 6.4. That's all it says, and on there it just read picofarad. Where you got up to? Well, I'm testing these capacitors. One of the capacitors I took out, I'm afraid to say, one of them bloody snapped. They both snapped at the end on this one, because I was trying to read they said read. I thought the caps might be bad, so I thought the first thing. And this one's a really odd capacitor. It's an 18 VDC, and it's 400 microfarad. It actually does read 400, so it's actually a good cap. Remember, this machine's 1968, so it's more than 50. Oh, it's coming up to about 56, 57 years old, which is, it might be even a little bit more. Caps really shouldn't last that long. But I was just testing that cap, and it comes up picofarad. It can't seem to read it in line properly. I'll test it again. It should be reading it, but it's reading it as a picofarad for some reason. I'll swap the wires round to see if that makes a difference. Well, it's coming up now. Capacitance on this is 11. That's not right. 11.64 microfarad. ESR reading at 12. I could definitely say that cap is, I would say that's gone past its sell-by date at the end of the day. ESR is far too high at the end of it. So, the ratings, obviously, that's what if I checked on the chart, that shouldn't be no more than 2 to 3 at the end. It shouldn't be 12. So that's acting like a resistor. And the capacitance, it's dropped. Obviously, it's now acting like a resistor, because not only is the ESI high, the capacitance, it's supposed to be reading 6.4. It's actually registered at 11, nearly 12. So I would say that capacitor's gone bad on that one. So which is not great. So I'd say the other two caps are fine. That little cap, I'd say change it. And I've got to have a look to see where I can get. I've got to have a look to see if I've got a, 25 volt. So we have got a bad cap, which I had an inkling. You don't expect anything to last that long. at the end of the day. It's 25 volt at 6. I don't think I'm going to have something that low. You know, that's going to be really weird. It's a really odd number. It's 6.4 at 25 volt. So I've got to look for some 25 volts. I know you can go up to the value. I think if I've got a 10 or something like that, I'll be fine. It'll actually read. As long as you don't go too mad with the value rates, which I know that, you can go up a little bit. So, I'll have to have a look at my capacitors and see what I can try and dig out. So it's a 25, did I say 25 volt? Let me write it down and then I can search it. It's a 25 volt one. I always like this notepad and pen. So it's 25V and the capacitance is 6.4. 6.4, which is an odd number. So it says 6.4 UF. Right. Because 1 minute it come up as a picofarad, and then the next minute when I pulled it and made connection, it was registering at 12. So it's gone the other way. It's gone nearly double, which I know you've got a 10 to 20% tolerance level, but that's acting more like a resistor. If the ESR rating on that is 12, ESR on that, yeah, ESR, that's 12%. So 12% on an ESR rating is way too high straight away. So yeah, I'd say swap that little capacitor out if I can find a 25 6.4. Very low because it's only for circuitry, but that's obviously not helping. So let's see, I'm going to have a look to see. I've got to take the others out yet, but if I can swap that out, that'd be great. Right, let's check my capacitors. Let's see where all my caps are. Yeah, right. Yeah, good luck trying to find them. I've buried everything away at the end of it, and I know I've got some caps, but they might not be the correct value. I've got because I've got a lot there for the Xbox, for the original Xbox. So that's 33,000. Can't use that. It's far too high. 25 volt at 22 microfarad. 22,000 microfarad. You know, no, you can't use that. They're far too high value. Not ideal. You don't really want to go that mad. Like I said, you can get away with some tolerance levels, but you know you'll start altering its value. If you start altering its value, then it's going to affect it. Yeah. So in modern terms, microfarad is 6.4 microfarads. Already. So it is 0.0064 nano. So it's a nanofarad. Wow. But so these are for the Commodore 64. Now this is what I was saying about before. These ones are axial caps where they lay straight. The axial caps will always go like that anyway, but obviously that's a 25 volt, 22,000 microfarad. The value's far too high. Far too high. I can't use that. But 20. There you go. That'll do. Alright, it's not ideal, but it's close. Now the other one is 0. That I told you, I always have one. I'll put it in the tester and I'll test it. That is saying that is 25 volt, 10 microfarad. Now the other one on there is 6.4, and it's obviously reading 12 at the end of the day. So that's obviously, you know, it's gone past its tolerance level, just gone past its tolerance level, or coming up to it, which is not great. But this is 25 volt. It's supposed to be reading at 6.4. This one's registering at 10. So, you can go a little bit. So I should be fine. Yeah, 0.4 is what you're looking for. But I ain't got any 6.4s. So I've got this little one here, which is the 10 microfarad 25. So I should be alright with that. You know, I know you won't alter the value too much by going from 6.4 to 10. So what I need to do is test it, see if it's any good, and check its ESR rating. You don't want the ESR ratings to go mad with these. So hopefully, yeah, see, straight away, that's registering at 12 microfarad. ESR reading on that is 1.3. So the ESR is down, but it's registering at 12, which it'll be that. Hopefully, Peter, will that be fine to use? Because I know I haven't got any 6.4 microfarads at 25 volt, but this is registering at 12, 12 microfarad on the capacitance level. But the ESR is low on this. It's 1.3 compared to 12. So it will only go up. Am I right? It will only go up to the value of what it needs if it's pushed to the maximum. That's what they normally do, don't they? With capacitors, what I've learned, there's always a tolerance level inside that's what it could take. But if your value is too high, then it pulls it down to negative. Does that affect it? Which affects the resistance in the capacitor itself. But this registering at 12, I mean, even though it says 10, and that's registering at 12 at the end of it. So, I mean, obviously that's a much better cap. I mean, I know it's only a cheap cap, but it will do, hopefully the ESR is right down, because this one's only 1.3, that one's registering at 12. So obviously that will help with its resistance on that front. So with that, I mean, obviously I'm not going to get another I won't get a 6.4 unless I order one. No, the 12 microfarad or even 12 is not okay. Oh, right, I'm glad I asked. So so really then you're basically saying I've got to get the correct value of the 6.425. Yeah, and that's what I need. I thought I could get away with using that. I thought I'd have been alright personally, but I'm glad I asked. I always like to ask a second opinion, because like you said, altering values are not great on these things. I don't think I've got any 6.4s. No, it's 200 and something. 35 volt, no. 220, no. Jesus. This is where it's going to get to, where you're going to think, no, you're not going to have one. Your original capacitor 6.4, the picofarad ones, but 12 microfarad or 12 is, oh right, it's 12 million times larger. Oh right, wow. Oh yeah, you might be right reading that. So yeah, see 35 volt. Oh god, that's probably why it's 6 point. It's like you said, 6 point. It's just, all it says on the capacitor. It says 6.4. It don't even say UF because it's an old cap. Look, I've got all components in here. No, too big. 6.2 is the best match for E12 series. Right. I don't think I'm going to have any of them. I'm just not. So that cap is definitely, I would say it's definitely on the blink. That's probably why it's not in great condition with that capacitor. I've got some more caps here, but they look too big. 15, no, they're 400 volts. Jesus, fucking 400 volts. What's that running? That looks like that's running for TVs. Yeah, you're right. 12 is 10,000. So no, that would have been far too much. What are these? I can't even bloody read these ones. It don't even give me the meter readings on these. Oh, here we go. 1000 UF. Nah, can't use these. They're 1000. Boggers. 16 volt, 330 UF. No, too big. No, they're too big. Great. Lovely. Boggers. I don't think I'm going to have them. No, they're clock battery ones. No, I can't use them. Yeah, use 6.2 picofarad or a combination of capacitors to even get closer. Actually, that's a good idea. Yeah, if I can get something 25 volt, put two of them together, it will give you a correct value. You've only got to join them up, innit, and put them in parallel sequence on that front, and then that should share the load. It's not ideal, but that would, again, I didn't give that a thought. That's actually not a bad idea. So you might be able to run them in like parallel as each other. Let's have a look. Yeah, I found my capacitors. Right. So let me have a look. Let's have a look. See if we got any 25 volts. 25 volts. So let's go for 25s, 22s. 22. You have enough. Yeah, right. Okay. I can't even get 25s. So they're all like, you know, 50 volt. Hold up. 50 volt, 50 volt. Ah, 25. Oh, I see. 25 at 47. No, far too high. Oh, great. 25 at 50 volt. No, 25 volt at 47. No. 25 volt at 330. 25 volt at 220. 50, 50, 50s. They're all 50 volts. 25 volt at 10, which was the one I just took out. You're having a laugh, seriously. Ah. Hang on, now if you actually come to think about it, what's half of 25? So I might be able to split it down and do what you just said, because I'm not going to have a Pacific one. So you're looking at 10, so you're looking at 12 and a half. 12 and a half, so, which they're not going to do 12 and a half. No, because all they've got, the lowest value in voltages, I've got no, see, 10 volt at 470 UF on that front. So 10 at 220, 25 at 100. No, it's far too high. 100 UF, it's far too high. I can't use that. I'm not going to have any. Oh, you bugger. So the ones that I've got is the closest, is like you said, got 4.7s, but they're at 50 volt, and I can't use. Can I use that? I know that a lot of its value at the end of the day is 25. That takes up to 50 volts, but that is 4.7. Mind you, that's still not enough, is it? But then I've got, hold up, 3.4, right? And I've got I've got some there at 2.2 and some there at 3.3. So surely I can cut, and they're 50 volts, right? And this is 25 volts. So what do you reckon I could use? Do you reckon I could get away with a couple of these 2.2s and 3.3s? So so if I use 3.3, so that's 3, that's 6. That would be slightly over the UF if I use 50 volts and 2 3.3. So 3, so that'd be 6. That'd be 6.6 out of 6.4. That'd be bloody close enough, but they're at 50 volts. But they're tiny. Look how small they are. They're not the, I wouldn't say, like, you know, looking, let's put that bloody light and I can see a bit better. But yeah, absolutely nano. These are 3.3, but they're 50 volt. Do you reckon I can get away with using two of these in parallel with each other? But what I'm worried about is that, you know, they're 50 volts. If I have to use two, that would be 100 volts comparing to the 25. It'll only go up to the value of what it says, but don't you start altering the resistance value into the circuit if you start using the voltages. You know, it's not ideals, like you said. But that would bring it up to 6.6 compared to 6.4. But they're just really high voltages. So that'd be 50 volts. So that'd be 100 volts going. The maximum that can take is up 100, and yet on here it would say 25. So that's, I mean, you're keeping the correct value, but your voltages will be higher because that's what these can take up to. I mean, there's no way they would take 50 volts. I just couldn't see it. I'd like to put 50 volts through one of these and see if it can take 50 volts. No, yeah, you can go up in voltages, but however, there is a overvoltage situation, yes, and they allow more voltage to pass through the next component. Unlikely, but it'd be worth bearing that in mind. That's what I was worried about, because again, it's like you said, you're altering its value of, literally, this is where it's capped at voltages. Because if you're putting, and if I put them in parallel with each other in circuit, 100 volts can go through up to it. Now, where these caps obviously have a cap voltage at the end of the day, that will stop it from overloading in the next part of the circuit. So yeah, you're right. If you're putting high capacitance, like a higher voltage through it, what that would do then was give it a much higher risk for that then to go thinking, right, well, you've took out you've took out a 25, you've now got 100, you've got 100 volts going through these two caps that it could take. So then you're putting strain on the next component. So even though the value will be near enough there, but now obviously you're going to have a voltage issue that it will go further. So it'll be like a chain link. It could take out. It could. I'm not saying it won't, but there's a possibility. Not if you mean if the UF, but if you mean picofarad, yeah. Well, first of all, it come up picofarad, and then when I pulled the wires tighter, it made proper connection. It come up microfarad. So that's when it come up. The UF, it come up UF, so it come up microfarad on that. So it wasn't making the connection properly. But it just said 6.4 and the ESR reading come up on it. So the other two capacitors are fine, not a problem. It's just that little one, it's not reading, it's not in the greatest of health. So what do you guys reckon? Do you reckon I should put two of these in parallel with each other? Because the only other one I've got is that one, and that one's at 10, but it's registering at 12 at the end of the day. So the ESR is low, but the microfarad reading on that, but you said no. Sod it. So is it microfarad or pico? Microfarad. So it's definitely reading microfarad. When I put that in circuit, it was reading microfarad. It wasn't reading anything else. It was coming up UF. So, I'm in a bit of a dilemma. What do I use in its resistance? Obviously, that cap is not working. It's not doing its. You know, ESR is far too high. It's failed. The cap's failed, which I knew it probably would do because, like you said, the board's older. This record player's older than me. You know, so it's probably coming up to close to nearly 60 years. Because I thought it was a pico. Oh right, okay. No. It's a microfarad it was reading on there, bone. So, yeah. So what would you recommend? There's two routes I can go down, right? Which you said, Pico, you don't recommend it. I've got the 25 volt at 10 UF, where this was reading at 6. It's supposed to read at 6.4. It was actually reading. The ESR reading was reading 12, basically. No, it was actually reading a lot less than that. Wasn't reading. It was hardly reading anything at all. But the ESR reading was reaching all the way up to 12, which is not great at the end of it. So. Or I can go down the route of two 3.3s, but these are 50 volt each, you know, so I've got no other to sort of get in between. So I'm sort of stumped here. What do I use? I mean, these ain't the greatest capacitors, because these are these cheap Chinese nasty stuff. So at the end of it, and you know what they're like, they're not the greatest, but it's going to be better than that. The 0.64 microfarad, you'll need a capacitor around about 6.5, not picofarads. Yeah, so yeah, because a picofarad is obviously a lower resistance at the end of the day. It's like you said, it's a pico, it's actually one down below it. So it's not going to give you a true reading on that front. But looking at this here, I can read it again. But it's not reading great. Yeah, that meter reading is absolutely dire in that machine. It's obviously the issue that we've got on it is obviously failed at that point, which is a shame, because, like you said, I'm thinking that's what's causing that. You know, part of that's causing that problem. But I'm going to try it again. Right at the end of it. Actually, I could just take it out of circuit, because it's got to come out anyway, regardless. Let me warm this gun back up and I'll do it properly, because I know what'll happen. You take it out and then you know. But it looks like that's failed. It's completely failed. It's not in the greatest of health, so it's obviously not going to help. So before I do that, let me snap a picture, because these have got to go a certain way in circuit. So otherwise, I'm going to be in trouble. That's it. Then I'll know roughly where to put it. I'm going to warm that back up, right? I'm going to take that out, but the others can go back in, because the others are fine. It's not an issue. So the 250s are fine. The big red cap, fine. It's just this little one, no. It looks like it's just not in the best of health on that front. Just want to take that little one out now, which was going to be going to be awkward to get to, but hopefully we can get to it. Yeah, so the closest is 6.4 on that front, and but yeah, so it's 0.0068 microfarad. So that's the closest. So really then, basically I can't use any of these. So that's what you're really recommending. Don't use them. I mean, they're cheap Chinese crap anyway. I mean, I wouldn't trust them myself at the end of the day. But for science, I thought that I could have got away with using 25 volt at 10,000. You know, but then, like you said, you are altering its value going up. I mean, it'll only work. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to test it. Would it be okay to test that 10,000 one? I mean, that's registering at 12,000 microfarad on the ESR. It's reading on the transistor tester. Because like you said, the rest of the caps, I'm actually shocked that they're working. I mean, compared to what I've done to that red capacitor, I've never had to do that before. Never. I've never had to wrap wire around a capacitor just to try and put that on there, because it won't stick. It was fucking absolute nightmare. Now the closest is to 6.4 or 6.2 nanofarad. Yeah. So it looks like then it's going to be a no-no. I might have to. Then what I might have to do is leave this out, right? Don't. I won't. I won't. You're right. I'm not going to. I'm not going to trust it. Lovely. She's out. Well, she said. Yep. She's out. She is. She's out. That's what I like about that desoldering gun. Just a few seconds. So all you need is a few seconds to take that out. Yeah, it says on there you're close to that. I'll have a look and see if there's any 6.8s. You're all right. I'll test it properly. Look, I took it right out now. Right, so I'm gonna put it 1 in 3, and 1 in 1. Right. Now these are axial, what they call axial capacitors, because obviously they run flat. Let's see. I know it's already. I've already done a test on this, and it wasn't reading great. ESR was off the chart. It shouldn't be registering at 12. Put it against 1 and 3. Unknown or damage. Great. That means it's not making connection. Of course not. It's actually, well, believe it or not, the capacitance on this is registering the same capacitance on this one. It's actually reading, capacitance it's reading at 12, right? 12 microfarad. You can actually see it there. It's registering 12 micro. The capacitance 12 microfarad, 12.4. ESR 11. It's really high ESR rating. Yeah. I'm okay, just going to listen in the background. I'm going to grab some coffee and some food, and just not long in. Oh, no worries, bud. Thank you. Yeah. So I reckon. I think you're right. That won't make no difference if I put that in, right? Because that's registering the exact same value as what that's reading at the end of the day. So all it's going to do is just give you the same reading. So you're right. It's not worth putting these in because you're just going to get the same reading of what this is giving off. It's just that this has got a lower ESR rating on that front. So I probably wouldn't put that. I wouldn't put this one back in. It's not the correct reading. It's obviously the rating. The reading is obviously affecting the value of the next component. So obviously, and the ESR is really high. It shouldn't be that high. It should be as low as it can. Virtually 0. You know, you're never going to get one that's going to read 0, 0, 0, but you're going to have some ESR reading, normally just around 0. Something, but not 12. So that's really lost its value in that. So that's actually reading the same value as this one, which is 12,000. So bad capacitor. I'd say that one's gone bad. So I won't put this back together. I'll order the correct value on that, which I'm going to do right now. So let me just quickly go online and I'll have a quick look. And we'll look for a 6.4. We'll have a look for a 6.4 and see if that on there. Yeah, look it up on the ESR table. I've got an ESR table right behind me. And I'm going to have a look. Closest I can get at 25 volt. What is it, 6.4? They don't do a 6.4. I'll have to check online. Closest I can get is 4.7. ESR reading on that should be no more than 2. So straight away, even at 4.7, it should be looking at 2, no more than 2. So the ESR rating on that is way off. So yeah, I would definitely saying that cap's gone bad on that front. But let me have a quick look and display. Let me have a quick look to see if we can go into eBay. So let's go back into eBay. I think that soldering iron's fantastic. eBay, right. So Let's have a look. I ain't signed in because I don't use this for signing in. So what we need is a AXEL. It's an axle. Why is it in bloody capitals? AXEL 25B and 6.4 UF cap. No. Excellent. I'll tell you what, I'll go back to that, go back to Google, type it in, capacitor, there you go. And then we can go back to looking at some of these. So it says 63, but we want 6 point, what did I want? 6.4. So I want a 6.4 capacitor. So it's an axle. So let's click copy. Go back to that. Paste it in. There you go. Let's have a look, see what we got. They're the radical ones. I want the axle ones, really, ideally. But I ain't bothered, as long as they've got a 6.4 with a 20% tolerance level. Yeah, right, okay. So the capacitance should be, well, they ain't got no 6.4s. Got most popular 100, 47, 4.7s. Great, see? So straight away, I've run into a problem there. They don't do 6.4s. 4.7s, 4.7s. 4.7, no. 4 microfarad, no. Can't use none of them. 25 volt, pack of 4,000, no, 4,700, that's too much, no. I don't think I'm going to be able to get them. Oh, this is going to be lovely, isn't it? I mean, what's the chances are that I'm not going to be able to get that capacitor? Let's try 6.3. 6.3. We only want a 6.3. It's all we need. Timu, was that Timu? 6.3. There we go. What we got there? So again, CPC. They're actually quite good. They're based in America. They're not based in the UK. This is going to be expensive. Capacitance reading on there. No, fucking no. I want it's 3,000. It's 3,300. Voltage is no. That's not right. I want 25 volt. 6.4. Ideally, I want 6.4, but if I can get 6.3, fine. No, can't use it. It's too much. Oh, this is going to be absolutely a headache because now I'm not going to be able to get the value of this cap. This is what always worries me with vintage stuff. At the end of the day, you're always going to end up having 6 point. See that's in volts. I don't want it in volts. I don't want it in volts. It's coming up in volts. Why? $25 volt. No. No, that's no good. Can't use it. Ooh. See, vintage again. Why do we always end up having BF capacitors? Let's have a look. Can't even use these. Voltages on these. It's a B. No, I can't use that. It's a BFT capacitor. God damn it. No, can't use it. Nichon, they're AliExpress, they're cheapies. No, 6.3 volts. You can't. You rather get it in volts, but you can't get it in microfarad. All right, let's take the axle off, right? Because they might not do it in axles. Let's just search for 6.3 UF capacitors. Let's see if it can pull anything up that's got 6.3 capacitance on it. No, still looks like 25 volt. Panasonic ESR ones, low ESR 105 ultra, but again these don't. $10 volt, 50 volt, 25 volt. No, let's see, can't use them. I'm going to run into a problem where I'm not going to be able to get this capacitor. This is what, again, vintage, this is what you run into. This is one downside, but then it's no different than any electrical repairs, because what if it wasn't anything like to do with that? The microfarad is a capacitor. It's an electrical component used for storage or filtering for smoothing voltage in circuits. Voltage of 25 volts, you can replace it with one with the same value with a higher value, with the same capacitance being greater than the original, about 20%. But it's crucial to ensure the correct capacitance and the voltage avoid damage to the capacitor in circuit. This is what worries me, because like you said, at the moment it's registering at 12,000. It's supposed to be registering at 6, so it's over. That's over its 20% tolerance level. It shouldn't be registering that high, and the ESR is off the chart. 4.7 shouldn't read no more than 2. It's reading at 12, so straight away, not great. 35 volts or 50 volts, but cannot use one with a lower rating. We already knew that anyway, but again, I can't seem to get this 6.3 microfarad. It's really high. I mean really high. Let's have a look, see what we've got in here. 25 volts, 220. So we've got 10. No, still can't use them. Too high, 10,000, it's like you said. 220, 330, 470s, 1,000, 4,700. No, I can't use any of them. Wow. Can't use any of ones from the AliExpress. Even they can't even get it. So the closer you can get is 10. Well, that's what I'm using. That's what's on these. But even though it's got a lower SR rating, it's not going to make no difference. The only thing that would do, if I put that 10,000 one in, right, because that's registering at 10 already at the end of it. This is registering at 12. Well, that's registering at 12. It's actually 11,000 something microfarad. But the only difference is this has got a low ESR, and like you said, it's the correct value, but all that's doing is lowered the ESR rating. But it hasn't lowered the value of the capacitor, which is not ideal, because again, you know, you're altering everything. I mean, again, it's coming up in volts. Yeah, you know, this is the only thing that you don't. It's not the voltage I'm after, not so much the voltage. Even if they've done it 50, at the end of the day, it's actually, that's a good point. Let me have a look at the voltage if they got a 50 in, or 35. Let's have a look, see if they got a 35 volt in a 6.3, because they might not actually do. So they've got a 6.8. That's a tantalum capacitor, beaded one. You're not ideal, but you probably can get away with that. I'm not sure. That's a 35 volt tantalum, the tantalum bead capacitor, but that's 6.8. Well, it's only 6.4. Not the greatest, like you said. It's not. You can go up the value a little bit. .3. Let's have a look at these. Right, the resistance. Let's have a look. 22. No, it only goes down to all the way down to 22. They don't do voltages. Let's have a look. 25. Select. The lowest they can go down to is 47. Nah, it's not ideal. The only other ones that I can get is 35 volt, and these are 25 volt, but these are tantalum capacitors at the end of the day, and they're 6.8 UF. Well, it's 6.4 at the end of the day. Like you said, not the greatest, but don't know if you can actually use them. I'm not too sure. 4.4s, 47s, 6.3 volts. I think I'm just going to run into a bottleneck in here at the end of the day. I just know it. Having a look at this, yeah, no, they're too high again. They are far too high. Use the mouse to find them. You can find them easy in a 6.8 UF 25 electric capacitors there. They did. Yeah. What did that say on that original capacitor? What, the tantalum capacitors were registering at 35 volts at 6.8, and that was a tantalum capacitor at the end of it. Now, I don't know. Again, tantalum capacitors are different to axials or standalone capacitors. Again, value rating on that, you're altering the wave format. What it's, again, it's the ripple in it that comes out of the actual of the capacitor itself. You know, normally if you looked at a capacitor under probably one of those digital microscope ones, you'll see it probably clocking at the end of the day. Again, if you're altering its ripple that it gives off, the signal that it gives off, I suppose would that alter the value next to it? I mean, I'm not 100% sure. No, no, not what I said. I said on your original cap of the of car 4, and I asked her to think. Yeah, the original cap was reading. The original cap was reading on that. On this one, it was reading at 12,000 microfarad, and ES. Yeah, are they on DigiKey? But you might have to on the main order. I'll have a look on DigiKey. This is registering, right, the same as capacitance as on this 10,000 one. So this 6.4 is reading at 11,048 microfarad. ESR reading on this is 13. It's mad. ESR is off the scale, but the microfarad reading at 6.4, it's reading double its value. So now it's acting like a resistor. It's obviously because it's got high value. So it's obviously it's like a runaway train. It's gone past its capacitance on that front, so it's doubled. So obviously what I've seen inside it's failed at the end of it. But obviously it must be reading something, because if it weren't reading any item on there, but this one, this 25 volt 10 microfarad was reading 12,000 microfarad, so it was reading, but it had a low ESI on this one. It was just reading at 1.2, where this one's reading at 13. So it's got a really high ESR reading on the original axle cap. So even if I put that one in, that would give off the same value as that. It's just that it's just got a lower ESR reading. So it ain't going to make no difference. It'll just have a lower ESR reading, but it's not ideal, because, just like you said, there should be a cap at the end of the day. And you don't know if that's gone, would that take out other components next to it? I mean, obviously, again, I personally don't think it's going to make any difference on that front. But yeah, actually, let's go to DigiKey. You're right. Let me have a quick look at DigiKey there. And let me go back into display capture and go back to DigiKey. And we'll have a look at the DigiKeys on their website. So let me type it in. So let me have a quick look, see what they've got. So it is going to be 25V, and we want 6.4. Now DigiKey are actually quite good on this front, because normally they normally show you any, if they've got any, it would be these people that normally have them. At the end of the day, MOSFETs, ceramic capacitors, axle, electrolytic capacitors. So what we need to do is go filters, series, right, capacitors. Again, the lowest they can go down is it goes down to 4.7. They're not going to have a 6.3. Oh, actually, come to think about it, 6 microfarad. They've got a 6 microfarad. Oh, it's a microfarad. No, we want to. It's got to be. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, it's a microfarad. So we can use a 10% tolerance at the end of the day. The only ones they've got is it's 37 megaohms. It's the only one they can clear anyway at the end of the day. But again, not ideal, but it's 6 microfarad. But it's coming up to one of these bloody capacitors, which is not great. I can't use that. No, I can't use that. I'm not going to use that. Because again, 25 volt, 6 microfarad. But it's a bloody size of it. Look at the size of that cap. It's too big. It's not ideal on there, but again, it's the same thing. But it is 25 volt, regardless that the rating's 25 volt, and it's a 6 microfarad, but it's still out of value, regardless. Which is, like you said, it's not great. Let's have a look. 47s. Let's go to F11. Bust that for me. 25 volts. So we got, but they're 15s. We got hundreds. We got 100 there. 47 now. No, too much. 4.7. But it's them type of capacitors. 6 microfarad, which is that one that we've already looked at. $15,000, 33s, 2,000, 68,000. Oh, that's it. That's all they've got. So the chances are I'm not going to get that capacitor. Which, like you said, that capacitor is so old and original. I mean, it's over capacitance anyway. which is a shame because, like you said, the closest they're going to get to that, they've only got 4.7s. Which on that one, which is obviously this one here. Again, 25 volt. It's the only ones they've got. 25 volt at 4.7s. Which is a bloody bummer, to be totally honest. Because now, obviously, I'm going to have an issue to try and get the cap for it. The only other one they've got is that one that was 6 microfarad, which was this one here. And it's £13. I mean, bloody hell. Oh no, unit price. Yeah, I think it is 13 quid by the looks of it. No, unit price on that's 13,000. Right, okay. yeah. That's literally out of the question anyway. But again, looking at this general purpose screw terminal on it, not ideal. I think I'm just going to run into an headache on this because, like you said, looking at that, I'm not going to get the cap at the end of the day. Solder matters. Solder, let's have a look. Yeah, it does not have. It does want to have. Don't want an axle one. You're more interested it is an axle. But I'm not going to be able to get it. It looks like they're not going to have it, and that cap is just, you know, obviously that cap's acting like what I've got in here. So that cap there is obviously it's over capacity because it was supposed to register at 6.3. It's actually registered at 12 at the end of the day, so 12,000, and that's what this cap is. It's registering at 12. I can probably get that lower on that one to see if I can get that down a little bit at that 25 volt, which I probably could. But that cap is definitely gone bye-bye. I mean, you know, ESR's off the chart, so that's not worth putting back in. So, which I probably can't, I won't be able to use that fund. I know these cheap Chinese caps are nasty. The 10 UF25 should be at 14 ohms. Right, okay. And that's on a 10. So I'll check the ohm resistance. I'll have a look at these Chinese cap ones, right? Because look, I've got all of these. These are these cheap Chinese shitty ones. But that's registering, when I put that on the resistor, it's actually registering at 12,000, right? So obviously it's over its tolerance level, which is still within 20% of its tolerance level, 10 to 20%. But I like to get that down to low as I can. So let me have a look to see if I've got another one. Because I've got fucking loads in here, and there's reasons why. So 20, that would be 25 volt. But so that one's no different than what these are acting at the end of the day, which is a shame because, like you said, I don't think there is. Is there any point to me being here? Lol. So what do you So what do you reckon on that front in the point on that? So would you just put that back in and just leave it as it is? Because like you said, I think putting one of these cheap Chinese ones in, all it'll do is it'll just lower the ESR rating. Now I think you should go back about 10 lines. 10 lines. Yeah, right. Okay. 20. Right. Oh yeah, because I didn't know you was in here, Charles. Sorry, bud. 25. So level 25 pack and cap and aluminium pot 6.8. Yes, I haven't got any 6.8s, and I can't seem to get any 6.8s on that front. So. Looking at some of these, that obviously this one's registering at 12 microfarad. ESR rating on that is 13. Obviously, so that's gone past its 20% tolerance level. So I mean, you know, I don't think I'm going to be able to get that Pacific cap. The closest I've got in here are 25 volt, 10 microfarad. That's all I've got. And looking online, the only other ones I have got in here is I've got 3.3 microfarad at 50 volts on that. But yeah, looking on DigiKey and the one you said, which you see for yourself, they haven't got nowhere near. They can't get nowhere near it. All they can get is 4.7s at 25 volt. At the end of the day, that's all they can get. So you know, and even that's still not one of these caps. It's one of them round caps on that. So obviously, out of all the caps, that one is the most awkward one to get to. It's because, like you said, it's a smoothing cap. These only smooth out the sound at the end of it. It takes out the hum. But obviously, this one's failed at the point. I mean, it's obviously it hasn't failed completely, but it's gone past its value. You know, way past its value. But you don't know if when they go way past the value, obviously they obviously must cause issues on that front. But yeah. So yeah, you don't want an axle one. You mentioned that it isn't axle. So yeah, that one I took out was an axle. It was actually an axle, you know, that I took out. So it's because it's come out of this record player. They've all got axles in them. I mean, like you said, it don't matter. You've only got to bend the legs over. It ain't going to make no difference. All I wanted to do is get the correct value at the end of the day. And obviously, this being 1968, they probably did make them back in the day. They don't make them now. The closest I can get is 4.7 at the end of it. I can't even get nowhere near it. Or the lowest it can go down is to 10. I can't even get it down lower than 10 for some reason. So anything below that is not. It's going to be a no go. You can get 4.7. You can't get 6.3. You can't get an 8. They don't do them. So they must have made them for this, because obviously I've got one right here, and that's what it reads. It's reading at 6.3 on the capacitor. But when I put it in the meter reading, it registers at 12, obviously. All it says on here, Charles, all it basically says, and I'm not making it up, you can't see it on there, right? All it actually says, it just says 6.4. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything else, right? It don't say UF, pico, microfarad, it don't say anything like that, right? All it's basically saying, 25 volt, and if you flip it round, all it registers at one side, it just says 6,4. 6, yeah, and then it's got a forward slash. That's all it says, like a 6.4 forward slash, and then you just got the solid line. That's all it's saying. It don't say what it is at the end of it. But when I've put that into the meter reading, it's just registering that this is registering at 12,000 microfarad at the end of the day. And I don't think that's supposed to be a 12,000 microfarad, you know, even with tolerance levels. But to me, it don't look in the greatest of health. It looks a bit tarnished, and it looks like it's obviously been under load on that point at one end, because it's gone really dark. It's a little bit on the dark side on one side, and that wasn't me trying to get that out. So again, the only other ones I've got, the 25 SVP cap aluminium potty 6.8 25 volt is on DigiKey, and it's a polycap, but it won't matter anyway. Right, let me copy that. And you can see it for yourself. I'll have a quick look. Let me copy that actually gone down. This is why I like asking in the community, because, you know, like you said, I would like to get the cap for it and put the correct value back in for the sake of it. So let's go back into DigiKey, punch that in. Oh, right, DigiKey. Part number. That's what it says on the cap. Right, let me take the word cap off. Let's have a look, see if it comes up. Right, here we go. 2560 RM. So again, yeah, you're right. So it's a 25 volt 6 UF. So we can actually get it, but it's one of these type of capacitors on that front. So actually, what they actually coming up at, let's just add it to basket, right, at the end of the day, and then go into that. Viewing basket. Check out as guest. Just going to see what it comes up at. Oh, great. Got to register. Alright. The main thing is, they have got it here, but it's like you said, it's one of these caps at the end of it. But it's the correct value. It is 6.8 UF, and it is 25 volts. Which what I'll have to do is extend that from the other side and put 2 wires to it to actually give it its correct value at the end of the day. But out for curiosity, let me have a quick look to see if they got that one. And it's Panasonic electric manufacturer, so it looks like it fits it, which is, you can't, yeah, so you can use it for tape and reel, cut tapes and digi reels. So these are probably what you can use them in for, but the description is that's the correct value. So I'm going to click on that, go into that, go into eBay. Let's have a quick look, see if eBay have got any resistance to that SM value, to see if it can come up. Oh, Jesus, yes, yeah, yeah, right, okay. Yeah, a little £7.89. That's not too bad. Well, we got one there, £10. Bloody Nora, really? Wow, that's shocking. So the cheapest is going to be from the UK. 3 mil second class. They're £10. Wow, 6.8 UF. And again, looking at the value. Oh, hold up, they're 10 volts. That's not the right one. Rated at 10 volts. No, I still can't use that. That's a bummer. Right. The other one was 25 volts. Alright, Gal. Sorry, mate. I'm in a stream.
Alright, John. Just text when you're free.
Alright, cheers, mate. Ta, mate. Yeah, that other one was 10 volts. It's this one. It's at 25 volts. Right, that says 6.8 now. Hold up, that's saying 6.8. I want a 6.4. They're all 6.8s. Right. 6.8, 6.8, 6.8. That'd be fine, but it's still £10 for a cap. Well, mind you, that one is... no, that's 100 volts. Can't use that. 25 volts. £7. One cash poly on this one. So this is the one that I'll probably can get away with. It's saying 6.8, which is not obviously great. 20% tolerance level. Low frequency. But you're right. DigiKey have got... These are 6.8s as well. This is what this one is, 6.8. So it's exactly the same cap, but it's got to come from America. And obviously there'd be import charges to the UK on that front. So it'll cost more. And so it says it there, 6.8 UF, 25 on that front. So I can actually get away with, it'll be cheaper to buy it off eBay than what it would be to import it from America, which will be this one here, 6.8 at 20%, 25 volt SMD. So it's an SMD capacitor. Well, that's interesting. I'll keep it on that page at the end of it. Yes. Oh, it's free. It's $3.99. Oh right. Wow. Hold up, because I couldn't see your messages. Because as soon as I go into display, it blocks everything out. Stop. Right. I found the aluminium 6.8 ones. 6.8 UF. The axle. Right. Okay. Let me copy that in. Right. I'm going to copy that. And then I'll punch that back in. And go back into that. Go back into... That'd be even better if we got the axle cap. Because like you said, the axle ones will just slot straight in. Yeah, perfect. Again, same thing. Again, these are aluminium 25 volt ones. And brake rating on these... So look at the rating. 40, minus 40 up to 105 Celsius. Those are the components. 25 volt. Polar, they're polarized. Good. At the end of it. Lead time 30 weeks. So again, if I take, that's the DigiKey, but if I take the, I need to take this. If I take that and copy that again into that point, right, and go back into, because these are SMDs. You are right, Charles. You could probably get away with using them. Actually, it won't make no difference. All you have to do is just extend the legs at the end of the day. But these are 6.8. You're not. That's the closest you're going to get to 6.4. You know, at the end of it, there's a 20% tolerance level on these, like you said, and I bet they're not going to have that specific one. No, 6 microfarad, 50 volt, at £2.90. At the end of the day, fucking hell, look, that's the closest I've seen yet. 6 microfarad, but it's at 50 volts. Wow. It must be a really odd. It's a really odd thing to use. See, there's a 6.8 there. It's at 7.53. Because remember, if I got to order it from America, there'd be import and duty charges added onto that. So that $3.99 will jump probably up to about £15 for the UK, give or take, with imports and duty taxes. Because the UK is not in part of the EU anymore. It's outside the EU, so that would be classed as an outside. So there will be taxes added onto that, and then VAT and everything else, what they normally add in at the end of it. But yeah, look, I mean, like you said, you've got, that's 15 volts, that's 100 volts, 100 volts. What are these? 35 volt, 6.8, 100 volts, 100 volts, no. 63 volt, far too high. At the end of the day, fuck me, you won't think getting a capacitor is going to be bloody hard to get hold of, to be totally honest. 50 volt. I think the closest they're going to get on that is, see, that's 450 volts. You don't want that. At the end of the day, 50 volt, a bit too high, really. If that was a 35, I could have got away with it. They've got ones there, 6.8 at 35. For volts on that one, and these are £3.30 each. Is there any postage? £1.70 at the end of the day. That's about the closest I'm going to get to that front. What about any of these? 400 volts? No. The only other one is these, and they're rated at £10 again. On these, because again, you only want to get it as close to its value. At the end of the day, you're not, obviously, that's the closest I've seen yet, 6.8 or 6 at the end of the day, like this one here. 6, this one's obviously £2.90, but it's obviously, it's bipolar. You know, obviously that's a no-go on that. But, yeah, you need another screen. Oh, right. Let's have a look on here. £3.99. Postage is free. Oh, delivery 2 to 3 days. Estimate between 20th of November and Friday the right. Located in... Oh no, it's where Andy's located. Swindon. Right, wow, okay. So yeah, so basically you need another... Yeah, it says on here you need another screen. So right. So, yeah, because basically you need, like, that's what I said, I need 2 monitors set up so I can then extend it, and then I could have said whilst I'm on it, because you can't split these down. Car 4. Oh, you sent a link. Well done. I've seen the link on there. It's just come up. I've got Discord on. It's just flashed up. Posted a link on Andy's Discord. What I do, stay on the link, right? I've got on, let's go back and display, and I'll show you, right? Let's go back into Discord on that. Right, that's the link I posted for the things on there. So Andy's Discord. So let's go to Andy's Discord on that front. Where is he? He's disappeared. Oh no, he ain't. He's there. Right, general chat. No, I'm on Andy's general chat. It's not on there. Right. Randy, right, questions to Randy. Right, okay. Fix, Shashi Pizza, questions, Xboxes, streams. General chat. Live notifications. No. Yeah, let's click on that. There you go, got it. Car 4. Right, so go to DigiKeys on this one, click on that, visit site, lovely, takes me directly to that. Reject, I'll just reject all bloody cookies because it's got on there, customer reference. I've got it, so I'll stay on that, right, I've got the correct part, right, and obviously I will order this because it's like you said, 35 volts at 6.8 UF, and it's a code, like you said, it being near enough the value, so I will order this part, and I won't put that back in because there's no point. It's going to have to come back out. So all I'm going to do is end up stripping the head off it. So I'll leave that exactly where it is. The closest that's supposed to read is going to read roughly around about. Let me go back onto OBS and then I can go back into the camera setup. Yeah, help others on repairs. Post a link on there. Cheers, Carrefour. I mean, thanks for that, brother. I really understand that. So I'm not going to get a 6.3 or 6.4. It's a 6.8, right? But that's better than 12. Because at the moment, that's just registering at 12. So that's no different than that cheap Chinese cat that's registering at 12 anyway, at the end of it. And the ESR reading on that, obviously you're altering the value by putting a higher capacitance in it. Obviously this is obviously, again, that could be part of the hum, which I'm not going to say that ain't, but it obviously ain't helping. So for the sake of, I'll order that offline as soon as I finish on that. All I need to do now then is I'll leave that out, right, and I won't put, oh yeah, I'm glad you're in here. Do you reckon, can you have a look see if you can get me a cap like this? I know this cap is alright, but I'd rather replace it because obviously the way I've done this is not ideal. It's just not. I mean, I've bodged this. I've done a good bodge though. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have done a great job, but it's not ideal because obviously I snapped the bloody ends off and again, but I've not seen that. So it's, what I do, if I upload a picture on Discord, do you reckon you can have a look and send me a link on that and then see if I can get while I'm there I can order a capacitor for this one as well and change this because like you said that's not ideal of what I've just done there. I mean it'd probably be alright, but I can't seem to get one. Yeah, look, and that's broke off again. Look, I've only touched that, look, and it's broke off. So I can't, I'm going to have the same problem trying to solder this back on because I literally just touched that and it's just snapped off. It's literally just snapped. So again, this is not great. on that front, but I wonder if I can get similar voltages for that. But that one I'm not going to put back. I think you're right. I think I'll leave them out, right? So I'll put that underneath there, and I'm going to write on this one bad, right? And put it in a bag, and just put on there bad, because this obviously this is being the original capacitor, the axle one. Obviously, it's not in great condition. Bloody typical, because like everything with these don't like to be. I'm just going to put on there bad. I knew I said to you about with capacitors, no, didn't I? With the trouble with record players, because these sit around for so long in lofts and things, obviously when they've been up there more than 20 years, you know, at the end of the day, and then it sits around for 20 years, and then all of a sudden people try and plug it in, and you're going to have problems. And that's probably what's majority of what's wrong with all of them record players. They've all got the same problem. Yeah, I'll post it on Amazon repair. But yeah, what I do, if I send you the information on this axle one, can you have a look to see and put a link, post a link on there and see if I can get this one as well? Because this one obviously is snapped at the bottom there, and obviously, and I can't seem to solder that back on. You know, it did temporary solder on, then it snapped again, so which is not great. But the cap is good. Believe it or not, I did test the voltages. It's registering at 400 microfarad. You know, like I said, I've not seen any on there. I tried to have I'll try and have a look, but I'll leave that to one side, right? I'll put this to one side, right, on that, because obviously I've got to solder all that back in anyway. But I can the things on it. But I'm thinking if I put all that back in now, I need a bag to post all this in. Let me take all these out, right, and I can post these back in here, because then I know where all these go at the end of it. And again, if I put the bag capacitor in, then I know that it's come out, and I know where I've took it from. Right, so that one's gone back in there. Because it's like you said, it's not worth putting the same value, right, on back in where it's just going to be reading near enough to exactly the same. All that means is that your ESR rating is just low, but that's not ideal at the end of it. I'll put that to one side. Now, did I take any screws out? Yeah, you did. So that needs to go back in now. Right. Put these back. These can go back in. Good. And that little one in there. Cool. Put that back in. I mean, all for the sake of the caps. The other caps are fine, but except for that other one there, obviously, I run into an issue there with that other cap at the end of it. I mean, they had to be tested. I was only going to test it. I mean, I know it was physically partly working, but not great at the end of the day. But, I mean, I'm not saying if I replace that cap and put that in, obviously you've got other components in there. I mean, you've got these type, what's this type of capacitor? See, that, again, 1 microfarad, 0.1 microfarad. I'm not going to get a 0.1 microfarad. That's not even heard of at the end of the day. Ceramic capacitors. Very rarely ceramic capacitors actually fail at that point. I've not known ceramic capacitors to fail unless I've seen some split in half and they still work fine at the end of it. But the others, obviously these need to be soldered back in on these ones, these 50 volt ones at the end of the day. But if I could have got, what are these? Oh, they actually are coming up. They're fine. I did check the ESR. ESR was up to 1.2. Was fine on the ESR rating. They wasn't they wasn't really high in the ESR rating on that. It was just that little one that was reading really high, and it wasn't in great health at the end of it. So, but we've got another one there. We've got another 1 microfarad on that front, and I can't even see. It just said 4 to 10%. Oh no, plus 10%. Plus 10% tolerance levels. But again, you know, 0.1 microfarad. What rating is that at? It don't say. I can't see. Again, it seems it's soldered in. I'll have to take it out and read it at the end of the day. But that's another. It looks like another capacitor, but it's an old ceramic. It's not them old ceramic capacitors. I've never seen one like that. Again, this circuit's old. I mean, you've got loads of this stuff that they probably will need. Yeah, there's another one underneath there. It's another one of them capacitors. They're really old capacitors. At the end of the day, let's have a look. That is reading 160. No, is that a 50 volt? Is that a 50? I'm reading it upside down. That'd bloody help, wouldn't it? I can't see it. Where's that torch? Wow. Yeah. It's saying that's a 60 volt, right? Looks like a 1 next to it. It's not, right? So that's a 60 volt. Is that a 1 microfarad? 60 volt. It's no. It's a 60 volt, 4700 microfarad. Wow. So that could be the same as this then. But they're saying that's 0.1. And I can't see underneath because, again, the tolerance levels in that is right behind and I can't see it. So the other one's registering at this one's registering at 0.1. I don't think you're going to be able to get a 0.1 microfarad. I've never heard of a 0.1 microfarad at the end of the day. So I've literally, mind you, say it's 0.1, it's like you said, it's 0.000, so it's 0.100 or something like that. So yeah, they probably would do. It might be able to get something like that, but that one I'll be able to get. They're 4700 nanofarad. Is that nanofarad or microfarad? Nanofarad. Is that nanofarad? Oh, picofarad. That's a picofarad. PF. It's got PF written on it. Yeah, I'll be able to get that. I'll be able to get that one if that's failed at the end of it. But looking at the rest of this, is like you said, most of them ceramic capacitors are 47k, 30 volt, 47k. The ceramic capacitor, which is the disc ones. I've not known him to fail, but again, it's a capacitor. At the end of the day, it wouldn't hurt to test for the sake of some of these. There's not much in circuit on there. There's not that many capacitors. It's not full of capacitors. Yeah, you're sure that the post-its on there will help the others repair? Yeah, you're right. I mean, like you said, looking at this, I would definitely need another. I'll definitely have to look for this one because I can't. Even if I order that part, I still won't be able to get it working because now this one needs completely replacing because it's snapped off both ends. It just went brittle. As soon as I touched it, it just snapped. You know, which is bloody frustrating. But yeah, so I'll have to test the other capacitors because obviously there's a ceramic capacitor I need to test and these capacitors to see if they've got the correct value, which on there. So that one's ready. That's registering as a picofarad, and it's right next to, again, the tuning knob on that. So again, that probably these are reading, but that little one, no, that wasn't reading too great. I would say more than the axle cat. Even the standalone capacitors on its own are probably fine. It's these, the electrolytic, they normally do cause issues at the end of the day, which is frustrating because, like you said, trying to get the exact one, they must have done them because they put them in circuit. Trying to get one today, no, it's not ideal. It's because they don't do that specific type at the end of it. So obviously, which is frustrating because now I can't finish it off because obviously it needs replacing. And the other one's a valve. I mean, that's even worse. A valve system on that front. But looking at that, I mean, I had to bodge that, literally bodge it to try and, because it wasn't sticking. But now the bloody bottom's broke off. I need that one. This one goes right on to the end. Again, 18 VDC. I've not heard of that one at the end of it. But let me put these capacitors back in at the end of it, because like you said, these are 4 points. These are 50 volt. 50 volt at 3.3s. I think these are 3.3s. So the actual 3.3s at 50 volt are going to be probably these ones. Yeah, they are. Put them ones back, and these ones can go back as, where's the gold caps? Oh, don't even know where these ones come from. Obviously it didn't come from in here. And this one was, what was this one reading? 25 at 10. So 25 at 10, 25 at 10. They're saying that these are up here. 25 at 10. Yeah, so it was up here. Wow. I won't trust it. I mean, that cap, there's no way that cap is going to take 25 volts on a little tiny cap like that. It was obviously, that would fry. That wouldn't even get nowhere near its value before that pops. But it's surprising. Some of the Chinese ones, this is why everything's cheap for China. You know, it's cheap for a reason. It will get you out of trouble, you know, but longevity, probably not. No. I mean, you don't know how long, and if you're using it every day, it will probably come to the point where it says, no, sorry, and then it'll just fail. It won't give you any warning. It'll just, like most of these electric components, they just fail and they don't give you no warning on that front. But yeah, definitely on that front. But yeah, what I'll do, I'm going to have a look online to have a look to see with that, see if I can get this cap and post it on there. Yeah, post it on there and help others on there and repair. I'm thinking, like you said, if they ever come across that record player, obviously you're never going to get the correct value on it, because, you know, like I said earlier on, you're always, they've manufactured that back in the days where it wasn't a problem. Obviously, back from 1968, you could probably just walk into a shop. Oh, my record player's packed up. Yeah, I know what part that is. If you can give me a model number, I'm sure we can get that in for you. Obviously, now, you can't get that. It's not even heard of at the end of it, because, you know, they've probably well and truly gone out of business. And now these machines, all you'll see them now is in museums. You're not going to see them. You don't even see people repairing them. Talk about, you know, because like I said, they're not even heard of. Because people don't think, well, why do I want to bother with an old record player? You know, to me, I'm trying to save as much as I can for the front of retro. Because I've got loads of retro stuff, you know, literally from top to bottom. It's absolutely, and obviously, the others have obviously got multiple problems. The Fidelity, obviously, got no sound. I guarantee, I bet some of the capacitors have failed on there, and there's loads of capacitors on, and I bet they've got the same issue. I bet some of them capacitors have gone really bad, because again, from 1970, I think it's 1976, not as old, it's about 47 years old, but again, I don't think capacitors are supposed to last 47 years old. I'm actually amazed that Bush one, the others, have actually still got the right value, and the ESR is still quite low, which I'm really shocked. I am really, really shocked. I didn't think that would, to be honest. But yeah, if you want to click on the link, if you want to get one of them soldering irons, I left a link in the Discord at the end of the day, because like you said, you get all of this stuff extra thrown in, and that being a really great soldering iron, it's a fantastic soldering iron, and I really would recommend getting one. I mean, I only upgraded because my one was just taking its time. It works, but it was obviously not the greatest. you know, and I thought, seeing Luke, this is why I like watching his channel, because he comes up with some really good stuff. Now I'm going to buy our own overpriced garbage. But yeah, I'm going to let you guys crack on, because I want to have a cuppa now. And obviously, while I'm having a cuppa, I'm going to have a quick search and have a look for this capacitor, and on that front, and see if I can try and get it on that front. But yeah, frustrating. But I'll order that part at the same time. But if I can find that as well, would be great on that front. But if anyone can help me out, I'd be much grateful, because you might be able to put me on the right link and say, yeah, click on that link. But I will have a look at that other thing as well, and see if I can try and, you know, get the correct value, or near enough the value to it. Which, like you said, you can get near enough. I mean, the other one's 6.4, that's a 6.8. It doesn't matter. It's near enough. You're not gonna get the exact, but as long as you can get near enough the value, it won't hurt so much on that front. So hopefully, I mean, because at the moment it's just gone berserk. It's not registering the way it should be registering. So it's obviously, you know, if I can get near enough on that, it'd be great. All right, guys, thanks for joining, and I'll get obviously I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow, and see. I'll get them bits. See if I can get that bit ordered. I can crack on with something else that's retro, which I've got plenty of. So I don't know what it's going to be yet, but I've got a room full of it. But it'll be something, guaranteed. And see you next time. A great stream. Yeah, thanks, Corslug. Much appreciated on that. But yeah, anything that you can, if I can post that, if you can give any links, recommendations, I'd be most grateful, because obviously this is going to stop me from working on it otherwise, and I need this capacitor. So obviously this, where even though that was good, but I can't solder it because I've just tried it and it won't stick. So, and I don't want to start digging it all out, because you'll have an open capacitor. So, yeah, which is not great. But yeah, links in the Discord, guys, if you want to click on one of them soldering irons. It's on special offer at the moment with that, so I'd totally recommend, if you want to get a new solder iron, go for it. Really, really does. But yeah, thanks for joining, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow.